Hi, can I welcome everyone, members, officers and the public here in the gallery watching on the webcast to today's London Assembly meeting. The London Assembly is the voice of London and investigates matters of importance to Londoners. To that end, the Assembly is composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor of London to hold him to account and to scrutinise his policies as well as discuss matters of importance to Londoners. This is a plenary meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members have been invited to attend. Members are also reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of the microphone, which must be turned on to speak and turned off once finished. Can I now ask the clerk to confirm any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies for absence today on behalf of the Deputy Chairman, Assembly Member Boff, and then from Assembly Member Baker, Assembly Member Desai and Assembly Member Moema.
Okay. On announcements, please can I advise the Assembly members, guests and those watching the meeting here in the Chamber and via the webcast that I will be beginning the meeting by observing a 1-minute silence in recognition of road traffic deaths in London over the last year. If you're able, please could I ask you to now stand for that 1-minute silence. Thank you. Can I now provide an update on recent Assembly activities? Since we last met for Mayor's Question Time in October, the Economy, Culture and Skills Committee began investigating the declining numbers of children in London. The Housing Committee spoke with housing charities and activists about the London social housing allocations. The Met and the Police and Crime Committee held a Q&A session with the Metropolitan Police Service and the Deputy Mayor about Charing Cross Panorama programme and protests in London. It also began investigating hate crime and violence against women and girls on public transport. The Environment Committee explored the environmental impacts of expansion proposals in Heathrow Airport. It also wrote to the Mayor on its plans for increasing the levels of finance available to help Londoners become more climate change resilient. It also began investigating the heat networks in London and spoke to Thames Water about its plans for a new reservoir for London in Oxfordshire. The Budget and Performance Committee wrote to the Mayor with recommendations ahead of the 2026/27 annual budget process and began its annual scrutiny of the Mayor's budget. The committee also asked the Mayor to provide updates on a number of his 2024 manifesto commitments. The Planning and Regeneration Committee was exploring the role of mid-rise residential developments could play in meeting London's housing needs, and the Audit Panel examined the Royal Docks Audit Report. The Transport Committee responded to TfL's consultation on pedicabs and started investigating road space, driving and congestion. And the GLA Oversight Committee scrutinised the London resilience on New Year's Eve fireworks, the set-up of the Oxford Street Mayoral Development Corporation and the plans for the 2028 GLA elections. We also held a confirmation hearing to assess the proposed appointment of Scott Parsons as the chair of the Oxford Street Development Corporation. As an assembly, we hosted a very special cross-party event in conjunction with Make Votes Matters, focusing on engaging young people in politics. We also released a video and podcast recorded with the former Mayor of London, Boris Johnson, as part of the 25th anniversary observations. And finally, members attended the annual City Hall remembrance service on Monday. And at this point, I would like to think that we can all come together and thank our staff for the excellent support, as well as our partners in terms of that remembrance service. Now I take a deep breath. We now move on to item 2, declarations of interest. Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out in item 2? And are there any other for members to declare any disclosable pecuniary interest or other relevant interest where they relate to items on the agenda for today's meeting?
Assembly Member Wilson, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Earlier this week, I returned from taking part in a delegation to Israel, where I met with members of the Knesset, the Foreign Ministry, and survivors of the massacres on October the 7th. I've raised this with the monitoring officer. I'm just waiting to hear back the final figure for what the estimated value of the trip was. I will obviously be completing the gift and hospitality form as soon as I have that information.
Thank you for that declaration. Any others? Let's move on to the minutes. Can I ask the Assembly to confirm the minutes of the Mayor's question time on the 9th of October 2025 to be signed by me as a correct record?
Agreed.
Okay, item 4, which is our main item of business. We can now move to our question and answer session. Joining us here in the chamber, we have Sir Sadiq Khan, Mayor of London, and Sir Mark Rowley, QPM, Commissioner of the Police and the Metropolitan. Commissioner of the Police of the Metropolitan. Welcome to the meeting. There will be a lead-off question, as we normally do, from me as the chair to both of our guests. Assembly members may then put a supplementary question. Please, could I ask Assembly members to specify who they would like an answer from when they put their questions? Guests, we would be grateful for succinct answers where possible, so that we can get through all the questions that we have for you. The lead-off question from me today is, what steps are you taking to keep Londoners safe and support the ongoing reform of the Metropolitan Police Service? The Mayor of London.
Thank you, Chair. Keeping Londoners safe and bearing down on crime will always be my top priority as Mayor. Can I begin by thanking the tens of thousands of police officers and staff who on a daily basis work hard to keep London safe. I'm determined that we continue to be both tough on crime and tough on the complex causes of crime. As part of this, I'm providing record funding for the police from City Hall. My final budget this year included a £1.16 billion annual investment in the police, more than double than the previous mayor. This funding is helping to protect neighbourhood policing in our communities and is ensuring that the Met can take tough action on crimes like shoplifting and phone theft. This includes, for example, increasing the police presence in hotspot areas in the West End by 50%. As Mayor, I'll continue to invest record amounts from City Hall in the police, but we know we'll never be able to simply arrest our way out of the problem, particularly youth violence. Without in any way excusing violent crime, the causes are extremely complex and involve deep-seated issues, including poverty, inequality, and lack of opportunities for young people. That's why I'll continue to provide positive opportunities for young Londoners, fund activities for children during the school holidays, and support our violence reduction unit, which is working to prevent crime. Our funding so far has helped to create more than 500,000 positive opportunities to divert vulnerable young Londoners away from criminal gangs and crime and towards training and employment. The good news is that we know our approach is working. Despite our population rising by more than 1 million and austerity from the previous government, since 2016, violence with injury is down by 14%, homicide is down by 22%, burglary is down by 29%, a reduction of nearly 20,000 offences. Gun crime with a lethal barrel discharge is down by nearly 50%. And compared to last year, knife crime is down by 18%, personal robbery is down by 13%, and theft from the person is down by 16%. In addition, the number of murders in the capital in the first 9 months of this year was the lowest since monthly records began and represents a fall of 58% compared to 2003. We've all seen how some politicians and commentators are desperate to talk London down because it suits their political agenda. Of course, we still have a long way to go, and we must never be complacent. But the truth is, we're making progress in London, and according to the ONS, you're less likely to be a victim of violent crime in our capital than across the rest of England and Wales. After 14 years of cuts by the previous government, the funding landscape for the Met remains challenging. The EU government has already increased police funding, and I'll continue to make the case for the additional investment the Met desperately needs. I want to finish, Chair, by talking about police reform, which remains a key priority for me. Whilst the Met has taken significant action since the Casey review, the appalling footage in the recent BBC documentary shows how much further the Met still has to go. ASBEL can continue to support and hold the Met to account to ensure the necessary reforms are put in place and that Londoners have the police service they deserve. Thank you, Chair. I look forward to answering your questions during this afternoon. I'll now hand over to Sir Mark, the Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points to add to the Mayor's opening comments. I'm at a moment of reflection as we've been launching over the last few weeks the second phase of our new Met for London plans. As we've been going around all 32 boroughs in London, I was in Islington a couple of nights ago, so we're about halfway through those 32, of which I'm doing about half the events myself. The reaction and the conversations with communities feel different. The stories that my local officers on neighbourhood teams on each of those boroughs feels different, and they're much closer to local communities fighting the crimes that matter to them. I'm proud of what they're achieving in a smaller organisation where they're managing to be more productive and achieve more. The Mayor has gone through some of the facts and figures, so I won't repeat them. But starting at that neighbourhood level, we're now arresting 1,000 people more a month in a smaller organisation. That's more than 10% increase where we were about 18 months ago. That is helping to drive down crime, the sort of reductions in robbery, theft from person, burglary, etc. that are the points the Mayor made. If we then sort of step into violence against women and girls, our outcome rates, the cases we're solving is 2 or 3 times what it was a couple of years ago, and we've gone from being one of the poorest performing forces in the country to one of the better ones. There's still obviously a long way to go. Those are a consequence of, even in a smaller organisation, we have tipped resources towards what matters most to the public, and we've gone from having 3,300 officers and PCSOs in neighbourhoods to 4,300, so an increase by 1,000, and we've increased by nearly 600 the number of officers in violence against women and girls. The point about productivity is interesting. So that increase in the resources to deal with violence against women and girls is about 20%, and yet they've more than doubled the proportion of cases solved. So that's sort of illustrative of the outstanding work they're doing. And on top of that, the sort of continuing falling violence is, I think, really powerful and sort of lays waste to the idea London is a dangerous place. You're less likely to be injured in assault in London than you are in Birmingham, Manchester or Leeds. Our murder rates are at record lows. Murder in London is lower than Paris, Brussels, Berlin. It's lower than every US state. It's lower than Toronto. London is a safe place. But there is, of course, more to do, and that's what we're working on in New Met for London 2. Despite the bearing down on standards and sort of sadly having to remove 1,500 people in the last 3 years, which is creating a much better environment, and that stands on the shoulders of all the good officers who care about the Met and reporting colleagues for disgraceful behaviour. There's more to do. I think the Panorama programme showed that with, as they described it, the sort of those who are more determined to behave in disgraceful ways are hunkering down, are sort of going underground, and we're going after them. Operations sort of more recently that are finally worth mentioning. I think Operation Zoridon, the organised crime behind shoplifting, which you see in corner shops, reselling goods stolen from mainstream shops, We've closed down several shops across London on that and starting to break down the organised crime behind shoplifting, whilst we double the number of shoplifters we're prosecuting this year. Operation Echo Steep, that big anti-mobile phone theft operation at all tiers, from street theft all the way to international organised crime, where the one group we believe were exporting 40,000 stolen phones a year from London and are now charged with various organised crime offences. Sort of many other such operations are helping make progress day in and day out for Londoners. Thank you.
Okay, so the first Assembly member I'm going to call is Assembly Member Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. My questions will be to the Commissioner, please, this morning, if that's okay. So I'd like to begin by noting that in the last 2 years, the Jewish population in London has been subjected to a steady increase, perhaps even a rising tide, of anti-Semitic abuse. And many Jews that speak to me are intensely critical of the Met's failure to take action on those who chant particular chants. In particular, one that springs to mind is "From the River to the Sea," which they believe has signalled to the anti-Jewish hate mob that there are no consequences for this behaviour. And similarly, as we had at a previous exchange with the Mayor, his refusal to acknowledge that this chant, which is a direct call for the destruction of the world's only Jewish state, as being virulently anti-Semitic. But don't just take it from me. Lord Walney, the government's former advisor on political violence and disruption, who has spoken in this very chamber, agrees that this is a chant soaked in anti-Semitism and it should be made completely unacceptable, not excused. Anyone who thinks it's okay for people to chant that hateful phrase needs to consider what it is calling for Palestine to be free from. They mean free from Jews. So, as I said, an overwhelming majority of British Jews, including those in London that I speak to regularly, know what this chant means. It means kill all the Jews. And earlier this week, when I met Israelis whose friends and family have experienced firsthand exactly what it meant on October the 7th to them, they share those views. So given the experience of the past 2 years, Sir Mark, do you regret the Met Police not taking stronger action against this particular chant?
Thank you for the question. So, firstly, the effect of the 7th of October terrorist attack in Israel and the follow-on military action and all the death and destruction we've seen in the Middle East over a substantial period, you see it playing out on the streets of London because of us being such a sort of globally connected city. Hate crime has risen for Jews and for Muslims over that period, most significantly for Jews, as you say. After an initial surge up, it is lower than it was in the months after October 7th, but it is still higher than it was and still at worryingly high rates. We've put an immense amount of extra resources into following up on the hate crime and investigating it, and anything that is prosecutable we will do. At particular intense times, we've also put extra patrols in Jewish communities, and we'll continue to do that because every community in London should feel equally able to thrive and equally safe. And I can see that Jewish communities feel shaken, and that's completely understandable. When it comes to public order legislation, we've used the powers available to us under the law to greater effect, with greater assertiveness than we ever have done before. We've put more conditions on protests. We've made more arrests at protests for public order offences, hate crime offences, terrorist offences than ever before. But we operate under the law. There are a range of opinions about what different phrases means. Everything that is marginal and contentious, we have tested with CPS, we've tested with lawyers, that is it something that is prosecutable? And we are prosecuting everything that CPS are prepared to prosecute. That's not said in the sense of criticising them, that's just in terms of their judgment as the law officers they are. And so we're using the law as robustly as possible. If Parliament wants to change the balance in terms of what's allowed in protest, what's allowed in language, that's a matter of Parliament. Policing polices without fear or favour, and we do that as robustly as we can do, taking full account of the impact on protest and language on communities.
Thank you for that response. I would suggest that perhaps not enforcing the law as robustly as you can and you do have the powers for. This is a genocidal chant, it is an insightful chant, and under the Public Order Act, the legislation that we have, we don't need additional powers. You can, and in my view, and in the view of many of the people that I speak to, should be more robust, should be stepping in to a greater degree when that particular chance is given. And one of your predecessors, Sir John Stevens, commented last year that I don't know why there is a feeling there's not enough powers. There are enough powers. He believes that, I believe that, and I say lots of other people that I speak to do believe that. But perhaps maybe to help with what I regard as the mental gymnastics that have been involved in some of this discussion, it's worth looking at who in the past the Met has taken advice from on this matter. The likes of Atiq Malik, who, according to Lord Warney's report, was present in the operations room during some of those early protests in October 2023, despite having personally led this very chant at previous events. Mohammed Kosbar, on the record praising the founder of Hamas as the master of the martyrs of resistance, and having been photographed with the then leadership of Hamas a few years earlier. So I note that you have cut ties with those two individuals subsequently, but do you not agree that it was a terrible oversight in the first place to effectively be taking advice on those chants from people who themselves have had a track record of taking part and leading in those chants?
Your inference that we've taken advice on chants from those people is not accurate. We assess chants ourselves. We do engage with all communities in respect of our activities, but our independent operational decisions made under the law. When anything is marginal and contentious, and all the examples you've given are those, and there are many others, in some cases we've arrested and put a files to the CPS. In other cases we've asked for advice from CPS before making arrests. So we are using the law to the full force that it's available. And we are regularly...
I'm conscious of the time.
Let me finish. We're regularly criticised on both sides. So we're in the middle, refereeing tension in communities, and there are some on one side of the argument would say we overuse our powers, we're too assertive, we're unreasonable, and there are some on the other side of the argument who would say we're not assertive enough, we underuse our powers, and that's unreasonable. That's the reality. We are, without fear or favour, under the law, in the middle, doing that. And if Parliament wants to change the law in terms of how protests are organised and police, that's fine. If Parliament wants to change the law in terms of making explicit phrases illegal, but at the moment, all the legal advice we have from King's Counsel and from CPS says that these offences aren't prosecutable. That doesn't mean I'm saying that many in communities don't find them offensive. All I'm saying is they're not prosecutable.
OK, I'm conscious of the time. As a quick kind of yes or no, do you feel regret that those members of the Jewish community that I speak to and others speak to do feel they have been let down by the way these protests have been policed, by the way these chants and these calls, which are calls for death to Jews, the way they've been dealt with?
If somebody calls explicitly for death to Jews, they will get arrested for that. So please do not infer that we've allowed...
Does that include Bob Dylan?
Let me finish. Please do not infer that we've allowed people to say that, because we haven't. So I do not
Commissioner, I'm out of time. I need to leave time for my colleague.
I do not like the fact that any community in London feels less safe than we would all want them to. That is deeply troubling. It's troubling that there are people on different sides of the argument trying to whip up sentiment in all sorts of in both directions. We will keep bearing down on things that are against the law, that are hate crime, and we'll do it with all the force we can do. And we will be assertive in managing protest to balance the rights of the protesters with the disruption to the life of the community within the powers given to us by Parliament.
OK, I hope you do, because there is no other community in London that has been subject to such a level of relentless and persistent hate as the London Jewish community in the last 2 years. I have to finish there because I need to leave time for my colleague.
OK. Any other contributions on this particular question?
It's Marina's turn next.
Yeah. So if not, I'm going to bring in Assembly Member Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Mr Mayor. Commissioner, while some of the front counter closures have been mitigated, there is still deep concern. Given that the police stations will still be open, how much will you realistically save, and how much are you ensuring that in the upcoming budget we will not face more cuts to front counters and other core policing commitments?
So We said at the start of our budget process last autumn that we had a £260 million budget gap. Some of that was closed by additional funding from the Mayor and from the Home Office, but some of it remained, and we had a long list of tough choices which we assembled to balance that budget. As part of that, 7 million of those savings have come from front counters, and the plan that we're executing upon achieves that 7 million. On top of that, several thousand officer hours a year will be saved as well, where officers were backfilling within front counters. That's officer time taken out of policing communities, but the actual cash saving in terms of front counter time, largely staffed by police staff, is 7 million. We don't have plans to go further than the current changes. Clearly, all plans and all resources are subject to future budgets, but that's not something we're currently planning on. So those changes are rolling out. People will have seen that whilst we had to save that amount of money, we had some initial thoughts on how we'd organise it. We did a lot of community engagement, speaking to groups across London, to reflect on our initial thoughts on how to organise the resources with 7 million less. Those conversations with communities caused us to reflect on those plans and change them. So we, rather than having fewer counters that are 24 hours opening, we have more counters that are staying open, but for sort of 10, 12-hour days, etc. So we reflected on what communities valued most of all, but we've still saved the 7 million that we had to balance it. And the reason we're doing that is people use front counters less and less for all the obvious reasons about phones, etc. And it's very obvious what matters to most people is the police officers on the streets in their area. We've gone from, as I say, from 3,300 officers and PCSOs to 4,300 in neighbourhoods. I don't want to reduce that. I want to sustain that because that's where they make a difference. And rather than chopping those resources, we decided the savings needed to come from front counters, which people use less.
Thank you. You're looking at the budget now for the coming year. Given how issues such as the front counter closures and the removal of school safety officers have landed with various organisations and the public, how are you going to ensure that there is going to be full transparency?
I think we've been really transparent about those changes all the way through. I think it's been as clear as possible, those changes. This year's budget, I'm not going to go into the details. We're in early conversations with, obviously, with the Mayor's office and with the Home Office. And hopefully we'll come up with a better budget this year that doesn't create those pressures. If we have more funding available, then that is likely to go into other areas rather than repairing those tough choices, because issues like neighbourhood policing, issues like reducing the abstractions from neighbourhood policing with our public order resources, issues like sustaining the resourcing to deal with an increasing amount of reporting of rape and sexual assault. All of those things, I think, would have a greater priority if we have extra resources available.
Thank you. I'm sure that you are as concerned as I am about the whole issue about court delays. Could you tell us what kind of impact those court delays are having on Met resources?
Yeah, I'm very concerned by a range of things across the justice system. Backlogs and delays. I was just looking at my notes. We've got 1,034 cases already listed for 2028, 519 listed for 2029, and I'm aware of some cases now being listed for 2030, including one racially aggravated assault, which has been charged recently and is listed for January 2030. That clearly is completely unacceptable. I completely understand the government has got a difficult job repairing a sort of overstretched and struggling criminal justice system with challenges that built up over a very long period. But we have seen the fallout onto police resources with some of the recent cases of mistaken releases. I'm also seeing, I'm concerned about tagging of offenders in communities. There's potentially over a quarter of those people on tagging orders actually aren't being tagged because the system isn't working. We're getting 150 tagging offences breached a week that we are having to round up people on. And I'm also concerned about prolific offenders in communities where we can't get them remanded in custody, and they keep a revolving door of offending being charged, offending being charged, offending being charged. And for bearing down on offences like street robbery, that's really important.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Roberts.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr Mayor. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Commissioner, you mentioned earlier that you had... Sorry.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello, sorry. You mentioned earlier that there was a £260 million funding black hole last year, and we've gone through a lot of the various tough choices. What is the current state of the shortfall that you're seeing in your budget?
So we have some estimates based on assumptions, depending on City Hall and government funding, but whilst we're in the early stages of conversation to start to set hairs running, I'm not prepared to put that out there.
Is it less than half of what we achieved?
It's not currently looking as big as previously.
Okay, but 259 could not be looking as big. I mean, we need to have some idea. We mentioned that some of these cuts have been made regarding efficiency savings and the need to save money. Pinner Police Station has been entirely staffed by volunteers for many years, but it is still being closed. What sort of saving is going to be made by cutting volunteer-based initiatives within communities?
The savings in those cases are clearly less, but there is still training and the physical maintenance of buildings, etc. So there's still issues there. So we've worked our way across the impact across London and come to the conclusion that the low usage of those premises, it's still better to close them in the way that we have done.
Okay, thank you. Mr Mayor, we've been told that these police cuts are inevitable because of funding constraints, but would you agree that some of these are political choices rather than operational necessity, given that you could step in on some of these things?
Now, in relation to the tough choices, what the Commissioner had to do was, in 25-26, find how he's going to save £260 million. And that's on top of the £1.1 billion he and the previous three commissioners have saved since 2010, £1.1 billion plus £260 million. As the Commissioner, it's important that he's the person in charge of where these savings are made. As the Commissioner very generously mentioned, we stepped in with additional funding after his original plans in relation to the savings required, which ameliorated some of the savings. We didn't dictate to the Commissioner how that additional money should be spent because he's got the expertise in terms of crime fighting and crime deterring, which I don't have, and so relied upon the Commissioner's expertise. Consequence of that is my manifesto promise to keep police station open in every borough 24 hours a day. On the Commissioner's advice, bearing in mind our consultation around the police and crime plan said the public wanted neighbourhood policing restored. I thought it was sound advice from the Commissioner to say actually this money is better spent boosting, and the Commissioner referred to the numbers, neighbourhood policing, rather than having a facility open that, in Pinner's case, is used 2 times a day. Other police front counters 4 or 5 times a day to report crime.
I'm glad that you used the word promises, Mr Mayor, and in relation to this, because you were interviewed by Ross Lydall of the Evening Standard just the other day regarding free school meals. And in that interview, you said, when I make promises, Londoners know I keep them. Yeah. But you haven't kept your promise, have you?
Well, according to Londoners in 2016, 2021 and 2024 in record numbers.
Okay, so have you kept this promise?
In record numbers.
Yeah.
They like a mayor
but this isn't a kept promise, is it?
They like a mayor that keeps the city safe.
Yeah,
I mean, some of the promises we made in relation to times of austerity, trying to bear down on violent crime. When you look at some of the numbers, they're quite remarkable. One crime is one crime too many. And I think Londoners enjoy the fact we've gone from a situation where we had more than 80 police stations closed down to, during my mayoralty, 40. But importantly, we've increased and expanded neighbourhood teams, which has led to...
You seem to be veering off the topic of kept promises, Mr Mayor. I mean, it's very nice. I mean, it's very good of you to give us the
reason why I've got record-breaking falls in crime.
Yeah, but it's not a kept promise, though, is it? No. Okay, if I may ask, Commissioner, we have heard a lot about the various tough choices which are being made, but it seems to be on a regular basis that we're starting to hear about other we get the big list from the very beginning of tough choices, but we hear now about safer transport teams are being cut, designing out crime officers are being removed and placed into general neighbourhood policing. Is it possible to get a comprehensive list of all of the officers and all of the various teams which are either at risk or being cut, and the cost savings associated with them, so that we as Assembly members can make proper informed, scrutinised decisions, well, not decisions, but offer informed scrutiny regarding these various cuts?
I'm sure those have been regularly circulated, but we can provide that information again. Some of what we're doing is, like any big organisation, organising it differently to have more effect. I spoke at the start about a smaller organisation arresting 1,000 more people a month, for example. That comes from being better organised, more focused. There are lots of changes behind that aren't about budget savings. They're about putting resource in different places. So, for example, one thing that we did 18 months ago was some of our central proactive resources we moved to local BCUs to be closer to the local crime patterns, and that's helped bear down on issues like shoplifting, phone theft, in support of neighbourhood teams. So we're constantly flexing based on the problems. You do that in any big organisation. I'm sure you do that in your council. Yeah. But we had a list last year where we actually had to say we had to make some tough choices around issues like mounted policing, firearms, forensics, dogs unit, front counters, parks policing, intelligence, supervisory ratios, a whole range of different things that we did that have been widely circulated. Some of the things you're picking up are being presented as tough choices. They're not. They're different ways of organising resources.
Okay, thank you. On the closures of 24/7 police front counters, we're seeing that there are going to be some reduced hours at weekends. Is it a sensible move, in your view, for town centre police stations to offer shorter hours on Saturdays than they do on Mondays?
So we've looked at the rates of visits and all the data, and we've come to the conclusion based on data. And again, I think we've circulated that information before.
Okay. Would there be any option for local authorities or local community groups to make representations regarding the times that they think might be better served for their local communities, rather than the one-size-fits-all approach?
That's why we did the engagement that we did when we were coming up with the plans to try and come up with the best model.
Okay, thank you. Just touching on these, because it is quite a lot of cuts that we're seeing to services, and we know that we're hoping to get more money from the Chancellor for policing in London. Do you think it's sending the right message to the Chancellor that we can keep making these cuts, keep making these savings, keep making these efficiencies, whichever you wish to call them? And the Chancellor may very well look and say, well, I don't need to give them an uplift in funding. They will do all of the hard yards for me, and I won't need to give them any extra cash at all.
I understand the logic of that question, but it's my job and all my colleagues' job, regardless of the resources we've got, to do the best we possibly can do for London. The fact that we are, say, arresting 1,000 people more a month, the fact that violent crime is coming down, we're solving more violence against women and girls offences, sort of neighbourhood crime is coming down. We are being much more productive, even though we're being forced to shrink. Now, you could say that's politically stupid. I'd be much better increasing crime in London to get more money. But I'm not going to do that. That's the wrong thing for the public. So we will keep doing the best thing we possibly can do, but also making the argument that we're policing an extraordinary capital city, and we're showing that we can be more productive. We're showing we're a good place to invest money, and good policing, as our submission for the spending review said, policing, every pound you invest on policing, nationally, there's been some research done, that generates £4 for GDP. So better policing, safer communities is worth doing.
Thank you. One last question, and I'm sure it's something which is of interest to the entire Assembly. We were promised the estate strategy in the summer. Can we be given an assurance that we will have a finalised estate strategy by the end of this year?
So I can completely understand your frustration. I am as frustrated. A moving target on budgets over the last year has been challenging, which is what's delayed it. It is completed. It is sort of being worked through ourselves and City Hall in terms of publication date. Our hope is it's going to get published in the next few weeks. It should be this year.
This year?
Yeah, that's my intention.
Mr. Mayor, can you?
But I would say though, it will illustrate a massive funding gap because the capital required when the buildings we have at the moment, half of them are subpar, and we have a extant budget to refurbish every police station in London every 125 years, which is clearly woefully inadequate. Our electrification of vehicle fleets, lots of other factors means it's going to be it's a big bill, and we're going to fall short of our ambition.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for that. You're out of time now. Moving to Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you, gentlemen. Very unusually, I am disappointed in one of you, but I am completely appalled by the other. So, Mayor Khan, in January, I asked if we had grooming gangs in London. You dismissed my question by saying you didn't know what I meant. What does she mean, Chair? What is she talking about? I have to tell you, the rape victims knew exactly what I was talking about, and actually so did most other people. So would you like to apologise to all those victims of the rape gangs that actually saw you dismiss this?
Chair, I'd like to begin these topics by always thinking about the victims and survivors who have been treated appallingly over many, many years, particularly in the northern towns. And what they want is two things. One is support, and it's very important we give them support, and I'll set out shortly some of the support we've given to victims of violence and sexual exploitation. But secondly, justice to be done as well, which is incredibly important. And I've led efforts to strengthen the protection of children and those women exploited by abuse and exploitation.
Yeah, can you just issue an apology to those rape victims that have since phoned me? I mean, I can't tell you how many people have contacted me. Would you just like to apologise to them for pretending you didn't know what these rape gangs were?
It is really important. We're talking about an incredibly serious and emotive issue to actually clarify what is meant when it comes to grooming gangs, or in the words of the member, rape gangs. According to the National Grooming Inquiry, there are a number of things that are meant by this. They include intrafamilial abuse. They include peer-on-peer abuse.
Okay, you're not doing yourself any favours here, Mayor Khan. Everybody knows what I was talking about, except you, it would appear. And since you're the Police and Crime Commission, that's very embarrassing for you. I didn't stop asking questions. I asked your Deputy Mayor and never, ever got an answer, of course, from her. In the meantime, Yvette Cooper was asking all police forces in Britain to identify cases, because obviously she realised what they were and that they were around, and it's a project called Operation Beacon Port. And in June, Yvette Cooper announced that more than 800 cases had been identified, and she expected that number to go up. But on June the 19th, you said, I choose my words carefully, there are no reported cases and also no indication of the grooming gangs that she is concerned about. She is always me, obviously, is concerned about in London. Were you not concerned about this, Mayor Khan? Because at that point, somebody must have explained to you what they were.
Well, it's because of my concern about this issue that I asked the HMI to come in and look into the Met Police Service's ability to protect our children. It's because of my concern about people being exploited sexually that the Met Police Service embedded all the recommendations made by HMI and has a child-first approach. We've had tens of thousands of officers and staff trained on this very issue, but our strong partnership has meant 3 times as many cases are now being solved by the Met Police Service than before. And we've funded not just record amounts to tackle violence against women and girls, but we've funded a violence and exploitation support service.
You're not doing very well on this, though, are you?
Crime.
You haven't apologised yet, unless I've missed that. On the 1st of July, you tell the London Assembly none of the cases mentioned by Cooper are in London. You said, I have no indication of them being in London, but the MPS understands the importance of checking for the reasons that she knows. So you're still in July, from January not appearing or admitting that you know what they are, in July still saying that there aren't any. And then, of course, the Met submits 197 cases to the National Crime Agency as part of Cooper's review. And then on the 24th of October, Sir Mark writes you a letter revealing that 9,000 cases will be reviewed following the expansion of the number of cases examined. Clearly, there is an issue in London, which is what I asked you about in January. Had you in January just said, yes, it's a dreadful thing, we're looking into it, I would have accepted that and asked the police further. But you didn't. You pretended you didn't know what it was. The rape victims have phoned me. They are devastated that they have been ignored, many of them by the police for years, and I'll come on to Sadiq in a minute. Many of them have been ignored. But to have the Mayor of London actually really take the mickey out of them by saying, I don't know what you mean, what is she talking about? You knew damn well what I was talking about. Can I ask you one thing, and perhaps you'll give me a straight answer here, and do think about the answer. When you were an MP, were you made aware of any such cases in your area then?
Just because I care about victims, that I appointed the first ever independent victims commissioner in London. It's because I care about victims.
You have to answer the questions, not go off on a tangent. I am asking, were you aware of any of such cases in your area when you were an MP? Yes or no?
Can I just, I'm going to interrupt here. Look, we might have got an answer if we allowed him to finish.
Yes, and we're on the clock, Chair.
And we're on the clock. But that's the nature of the question and answer session.
Not if it's a yes or no.
Can we allow the Mayor, as I'm saying, can we allow the Mayor to complete his answers, and then you can even make your point further again if you feel they're unanswered?
It's because of my experience as both a Member of Parliament but also a lawyer dealing with victims and survivors that we've invested more than £232 million supporting the victims of violence against women and girls. By the way, the previous Mayor invested £27 million in his
just concentrate on yourself. Were you aware in your area of any of these gangs? I'm asking for a specific reason. Obviously, I want a yes or a no out of you. Were you aware or not?
It's because of my experience as a Member of Parliament and as a lawyer that I've invested so much in supporting victims. It's the victims and survivors where my priority has been, which is why I asked the HMI to look into whether the Met Police was doing what they possibly
I'm going
could.
to ask the Commissioner because he answers properly. He answers questions.
So at this point, can I just intervene? Because I've been advised by the Commissioner who wishes to make a statement.
Okay.
I'm prepared to take the statement, but we won't be on the clock for the statement. It's a short statement that he wishes to make. So can we stop the clock at this point and allow the Commissioner to make his statement, and then we'll begin to ask you questions back on the clock.
Thank you, Chair. I thought it might help to put just some facts on the table. Obviously, we discussed child exploitation at this committee and elsewhere several times over the last few years. As you know, CSE was the reason the Met was placed in Engage and had accelerated cause for concern from the Inspectorate a few years ago, because we were failing victims and didn't identify it effectively, and we let children down. As we look back, and the work that we're doing at the moment, we will find more failings, including cases where victims were disbelieved or investigations were inadequate. Any sexual offending against children is abhorrent, whether online, familial or committed by others. It's insidious and devastating, with a profound and lasting effect. Group-based offending, including that characterised publicly as grooming gangs, is one awful example of the many horrific abuse methods. The look back is part of a national audit being coordinated by the National Crime Agency and Police Chiefs Council. The first phase took place over the summer, but phase 2 now is the formal start of national audits and builds on phase 1, and it will run for several years. The first stage will complete by April next year. This requires each force to identify and undertake an initial assessment of any group-based cases where there's been a sexual offence involving 2 or more suspects and at least 1 victim. That's the ICSA definition. And in these cases, where they've resulted in no further action by the police or Crown Prosecution Service. These assessments are simply a triage designed to ensure any subsequent investigation activities focused on the right cases. This definition of group-based offending, I should stress, is beyond that characterised as grooming gangs and includes intrafamilial cases, institutional-based abuse, peer-on-peer abuse cases and others. This definition and a first-cut research across our database suggested there might be 9,000 cases potentially in scope over 15 years. And that's the update I provided to the Mayor a few weeks ago, which has led to some unbalanced reporting and commentary inferring this means 9,000 cases of grooming gangs, which clearly and explicitly the letter said it did not. The letter was clear on these points. It is important for us to use precise language and consider its impact on victims and public understanding. So, for example, that data-led search of 9,000, as we start to work through them, we find that some of those don't actually fit when you look in detail, don't actually fit the specification. So already having looked through 2,200, only 1,200 are in scope. So that 9,000 number will come down as we work our way through that. And then we'll be looking for the ones where there's been nobody prosecuted and where there's potential opportunities for further investigations. We've got 26 officers dedicated to these assessments, which is about 20%, about a fifth of our specialist child exploitation teams. And that's sort of indicative of just this assessment phase creating stretch in the organisation. So to be absolutely clear, this assessment will rule out some of the initial 9,000, but I would expect the final work with the National Crime Agency to possibly identify maybe 2,000 or 3,000 cases where no one was charged and there are missed or new investigative opportunities, or suspects may still pose a risk. And I stress again, that number, though, will include, and it will straddle, online, interfamilial, institutional, and peer-on-peer cases, as well as those characterised as grooming gangs. The resourcing of this, without damaging today's work, will require the extra funding that Casey recommended. As well as looking back, it's worth mentioning current cases. Each month, the Met records around 2,000 sexual offences. Around half of those are child sexual abuse cases across all types. Around a third of those are flagged initially as potentially exploitative, i.e. CSE, potentially familiar or online. Our current caseload includes tens of complex group-based cases closest to what the public may understand by the term grooming gangs. The most serious of these cases have been investigated by specialist crime teams, and they include a mix of recent and non-recent offending. The ethnicities of suspects and victims are varied, including suspects from white British, black British, British Asian, white Irish, Albanian, Afghan, British Indian backgrounds, and others. This is reflective of the diversity we see in the city. In these cases, we do not see the typology reported elsewhere where there have been cases of offending committed by groups of Pakistani men on white British children being the sole or majority case. It will be part of the picture, but it's not dominating in the way that's been reported elsewhere. Several of these cases are also in time with criminal exploitation of children around gangs. This is a snapshot in time. Our data isn't perfect, and I'm sure the numbers will fluctuate. The Mayor's already mentioned some of the improvements we've been making. And in fact, we've been solving 3 times as many cases in recent months as previously. These are across lone and multi-handed offending. We've trained 11,000 officers to identify exploitation. We've got 72 more people in our exploitation teams. We've given specialist training to 1,200 detectives identifying exploitation and trauma-informed practice. We've got new terms of reference focusing on perpetrator disruption and 23,000 officers trained to avoid victim blaming. This work was recognised by the HMIC and led to us being removed from the Engage programme alongside other improvement work. Our early identification is improving our understanding of exploitation in London, and CSE reporting will continue to rise as these improvements take place, as you would expect. It has a knock-on effect on our resourcing, and we need to very, very carefully balance our work on today's live cases with our work looking back on historic cases. And we expect the reinvestigations to take several years and to potentially take at least 60 or 80 specialist officers over that extended period. And as I say, as Baroness Casey recommended, they need to be fully funded so as not to be stripped out from elsewhere. Funding is not the only challenge. The skills required in these officers are not in great supply, and building that capacity and skill will take time. We're determined that with others, the Met will safeguard the victims of all child sexual abuse wherever possible and bring those responsible to justice. But most of all, I want to stress, I wanted to lay that out because of the complex mix of offending we're talking about and the complex mix of demographics of offenders, of victims, offending types, which there's too much ready reach to simplistic analysis, which risks misleading the communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that statement. Just before I call on Assembly Member Hall, I want to, as we go immediately to her to continue her questioning, can we start the clock? Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you. Sir Mark, there is no way I don't understand that this is a very complex matter. I would like to point out that I never at any point said to the Mayor Pakistani groups. I am more than aware that the groups in London are from very different demographics, which is why I was very specific. My biggest disappointment, which is what I referred to in the first place, is that on the 11th of February, I think there were 4 or 5 of us from the Assembly that had a private briefing with a commander, I won't name him, and we were told absolutely there were no sorts of grooming gangs of this type in London. Now, I pursued it because I had had so many people calling me about it. But whether that was to put us off questioning or what, I don't know. But it was such a disappointment to me because clearly we've got 9 million people here. It cannot be that London was ever going to be the only place we don't have this specific issue. Now, I know when you flag different crimes, I know you do that. Have you always flagged grooming gangs as a specific? No.
No. So 2 points. Firstly, I'm sure that commander, if that was the impression you left, that wasn't his or her intention. I think one of the things we've been dealing with is that complexity I've laid out and making sure people don't leave with a sort of a simplistic analysis of the problem. Our data is good where crimes fall in tidy boxes. So if you ask me how many burglaries we've got, because burglary is a crime type, our systems tell us that well. Sexual exploitation cases fall across allegations of rape, sexual assaults, human trafficking, a whole range of different types of offences. And so you've got multiple types of offences, and then we ask officers to flag where they think exploitation may be involved. It's a much more complex picture, which makes the data more messy and difficult, which is also why when you do a data cut, you get 9,000 to review, and as you work your way through it, you find only a subset apply. So that's why this is always going to be slightly messy in the picture, and it's only this assessment process, actually looking through records one by one, which will get to an accurate picture of history and how many we need to look at.
Yeah, I think, when did you put a flag in for grooming gangs?
It's not for grooming gangs, it's for exploitation.
So you've never done a specific one for grooming gangs, and you still don't?
So we do it for exploitation. There is no national definition of grooming gangs. We're using for this the group-based offending ICSA definition, which is sexual abuse of children,
at least 2
offenders, at least 1 victim.
OK, I'm running out of time. There's so many questions, but as you know, our big beef is that you don't come to Police and Crime Committee. If you did, then I'd be able to ask all these other important questions. The only other quick thing I'll say, Chair, is that the pink ladies that came and stood outside, most of them grandmothers, were not allowed in today into the chamber, which I'm very disappointed about. I haven't got any more time. Thank you, Chair.
OK, I'll look into that and see what was the main reason for that. There has to be a reason, but let's see what it is, and if we need to take it up with the city or officials, we will do. OK, let's move on to Assembly Member Garbett.
Afternoon. I want to start with the BBC Panorama documentary into Charing Cross, and I want to start with the Commissioner. I just want to understand, did any members of the public featured in the Panorama complain about their treatment at Charing Cross before the broadcast?
I'm trying to make sure my memory is correct on this. I'm pretty sure they didn't, but I'd have to double-check 100% on that.
So I think that's really interesting, because I think that I would have expected them to complain, and I know after the programme you said that it was reprehensible and completely unacceptable, the treatment, and I think we saw extreme uses of force. So would you have expected people to have complained, given the treatment that they experienced?
If people receive unacceptable treatment at the hands of police officers, of course I'd expect them to complain, and I would encourage, I'd do more than that, I'd encourage them to do so. And hopefully they can see, as I said earlier, we've been bearing down on integrity. Removing 1,500 officers and staff in 3 years is completely unprecedented, and there's more to do. The fact that most of those people have already left the organisation is indicative of our commitment to this, and hopefully encourages the public to step forward when they've got information.
And so I'm really concerned that people didn't complain in those situations. And I just wanted to explore whether you recognise the power imbalance that the police has over people and the fear that that might put into them around complaining, obviously different to some of the other kind of public bodies like TfL or the NHS. Like, do you see that power imbalance as a reason why people might not complain?
I guess there are lots of reasons that somebody might not complain about public authority. But that's why we have an independent body, the Independent Office of Police Complaints. So if they don't trust the police, they can go directly to them. Likewise, we've got independent reporting lines via Crime Stoppers, through our own systems. We've given multiple routes in for people to complain. Also, they can do it through third parties. If someone wants to complain, we sometimes get complaints via, probably via your office, via local MPs, via local councillors. And we'll take complaints through all routes and assess them individually because the small number of officers, minority of officers who we need to remove, we want the information to be able to deal with that.
So I've been reading some of the 30 patterns of harm, the Dr. Daniels report that came out last week. I know that it was finalised in July, but it's only just surfaced. And in that report, she states that the Met's complaints pathways are not neutral mechanisms of accountability. And I wondered if you had any reflections on that.
Shireen Daniels' report looks across reports over many, many decades and brings her own sort of insight and expertise to the subject. She's encouraged us not to leap into action straight away, which we're not. We're talking about, we're reflecting on it with our staff associations and with community groups. We asked for this report because, regardless of the progress we've made so far on the work under New Met for London, where trust has been growing in London, it's grown even faster with some of the communities with less trust in us, like black communities. And indeed, black communities have a higher confidence in local policing than white communities. And we've also made progress on some internal issues like promotion processes, which now draw minoritised colleagues through at least at the same speed as the majority. But we can see areas we need to improve, and her report will help us identify and bear down on those. So it brings some different insights and some challenging insights, which I'm also pleased that it's resonated with black colleagues in the organisation. That's another reason for us to pause and reflect and make sure we pull out the right issues to work on.
Yes, because I am specifically interested in the complaints process and how you both hear from Londoners about things that aren't working well in the city. To you, Mayor, I recently wrote to the Deputy Mayor of Police and Crime about some of the issues that I'd heard from Londoners around the excessive use of force at protest. And one of the ways that the Deputy Mayor said that the people that had spoken to me could report is through the complaints process. But obviously, as we've heard, even people experiencing extreme violence in Charing Cross didn't even use the complaints process. So I find that a bit worrying. But one of the other ways that the Deputy Mayor said that you do scrutiny of the use of force is through the Commissioner's fortnightly catch-up meetings. So I just wondered what information you review around the use of force and how you get assurance around the proportionate use of force at protest at those meetings.
Well, you've asked a big question, so I'd appreciate a chance to respond to your big question, which is how the police are held to account. Which is not just a London challenge, it's a challenge across the country and across the globe, how the police are policed. Of course there's a power imbalance. Of course there is, across the globe, when it comes to holding the police to account. And that's why Parliament, in its wisdom, has decided that there should be not just the Professional Standards Directorate in the police service, the police holding the police to account, but an independent office dealing with police conduct. And as the Commissioner said, unusually a third-party route in, because the reasons you've articulated, often if you're the victim of police misconduct, you're slightly anxious about coming forward and reporting that to the police. You asked for some examples of how my bilaterals with the Commissioner lead to some of the issues you've raised being addressed. I'll give you the obvious example, because it's relevant to some of the progress the Commissioner has made. The use of handcuff before arrest. The Commissioner has taken huge steps. Let's not forget a police officer lost his life because of an improper search on the streets, and so the context matters. But he and his team have made a conscious effort to try and reduce concerns around excessive use of handcuffs pre-arrest. At the same time, being cognizant, there's often very good reasons, and forgive me, Commissioner, for talking about these things, but there are often a very good reason why the police need to search and put handcuffs on before somebody's been properly arrested / charged. Another example is the intimate searches of children are raised with the Commissioner. Again, it's worth saying because it's an example of progress made under the Commissioner's team.
Some of that was brought to light, obviously, because of Child Q, and Child Q's case only went to the IOPC after a solicitor intervened. So I do accept that there is an independent body, but a lot of the complaints that go to the IOPC end up back with the police, or, as in I just said, in Child Q's case, it took a solicitor almost 3 months to get the police to refer that to the IOPC. So I think in my questioning, I'm really interested if we could explore maybe removing the police disciplinary system from the Metropolitan Police to look at having that as kind of civilian oversight, or just kind of putting trust back in our communities that they have a properly independent place to report their complaints.
Well, as you know, I've got a huge amount of respect for solicitors who deal in this area for obvious reasons that you're well aware of. I mean, to give, again, this Commissioner, I'm in danger of making him blush, but this is the Commissioner who said to the Home Sec there should be proper vetting of cops. It should be easy to kick them out. I'm fed up with police officers who have acted improperly, not having action taken against them. You know, I'm all in favour of lobbying Parliament for changes in legislation. Actually, one of the things this Commissioner has done is do just that in terms of regulations. But if there are any other areas of police misconduct the member wants Parliament to change, you know, I'm more than happy to work with her in terms of that. But I think it would be an unfair characterisation to suggest this Commissioner, and I don't think this is seriously.
I just think it's about how we're hearing from Londoners who are experiencing extreme uses of force, and if they're not complaining in Charing Cross circumstances, if they're raising their concerns of me and not going to the police, and then I'm being told they need to go back to complaints, I just feel like it's an area that might need a bit of a review.
So we have seen increased complaints with our clear focus on standards. We have seen increased numbers of complaints, and that's been part of help drive the improvement in standards, as has the reporting from within the organisation. We also have independent scrutiny, working with community scrutiny groups on issues like on body-worn video, reviewing use of force and stop and searches and those issues. The IOPC, as we've said, are an independent body that looks at some investigations and oversees us. And of course, our approach to investigations gets overseen by the Independent Inspectorate. So I think you've got a sensible balance of an organisation managing its own misconduct, and we've shown we're more robust than anyone's ever been before, as well as independent bodies outside challenging us, HMIC, IOPC, and the Mayor and MOPAC.
So I wanted to pick up on the community monitoring groups, because I've heard from people who are taking part in these groups that are really concerned that it doesn't have a proper respected route of escalation. So they have reviewed body-worn camera and sometimes reported racial bias and stop and search, which gets referred to the Metropolitan Police, and then it just comes back saying everything's fine and nothing changes. And a lot of them have reported that it feels a bit like a tick box exercise. So I wondered if you're hearing that, because you've just cited it as a route of hearing from Londoners, but it obviously needs a complete review around that escalation process to make sure that it's actually, you know, enacting change.
You've heard a story there. If you've got a concrete example where somebody...
Should they go to the complaints process?
If you've got a concrete example where somebody feels that we haven't responded to challenge well enough, please raise it with me directly if you would. OK,
I will do, because I think that's really important, because I understand the review's happening, but it sounds like the review's not going to resolve these issues, and it will reduce the number of community meetings. And I know this has been talked about as a new part of community scrutiny, so I'm really concerned that that's not being given the chance and the powers that it needs to have an impact.
I don't think that's the right characterisation. Sorry, that we've got so many different community scrutiny bodies that have been set up over many, many years with good intent. Ourselves and MOPAC are working together to bring that together in one more powerful group that has access to all the right sorts of material to oversee and monitor, and to have proper influence on our decision making. So that's a joint piece of work. We're not designing it ourselves, but of course it will generate some bumpiness, because some of these groups have existed for some time. But it's about creating something that is as penetrating and as scrutinising as possible.
And I think, you know, just a number of issues that we've highlighted here, and again about the report that came out last week. I just want to take this moment to follow up on the 2-year-on Casey review, which obviously was meant to have started in March. We had a vague promise in July that we might hear who's been appointed, but it's obviously middle of November and we haven't heard anything yet. So is that going to take place?
Yeah, I'll be announcing in due course the next review in relation to post Casey. But I can share with the Assembly that Baroness Dame Louise Casey's personal diary means she herself will be able to undertake the next review, but I'll be announcing in due course what that will entail.
Does that mean I think we had a commitment before that it might be by the end of December, being this quarter, but will it be by the end of the year that we hear and get that started? Because I think this shows that there's a number of issues that we need to revisit.
I'll try and do so.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Assembly Member Russell, on this topic.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I recently attended a TfL listening session with road traffic victims and bereaved families. Some reported helpful engagement with their family liaison officer, but others described being re-traumatised by the collision investigation process. Now, in the context of budget setting and Vision Zero Action Plan 2, how will you, Commissioner, ensure that borough police teams who investigate the majority of serious crashes deliver effective collision investigations, helping victims to get justice?
So the core of the serious collision investigations are done by our specialists working within...
I know, but I'm talking about the majority of the serious collisions, 3,500 roughly, are investigated by borough teams. It's the borough teams that I'm particularly concerned about. I know the Serious Collision Investigation Unit does an amazing job. They do about 100 investigations a year, and they're awesome. But I'm talking about the majority of the cases, the other ones.
Do all the serious injury and fatal ones. So they are less serious, the ones being done. So that's why I'm sort of
they are less serious, but they can still mean that someone has lost a leg or kind of had a, there are some people with life-changing injuries who are investigated by the borough teams who do need proper justice.
Yeah, thank you. So clearly we're prioritising our specialists and expert resources to the most serious cases, and we'll continue to do that. The Vision Zero is not going to be achieved through the investigative route. The Vision Zero is very much led by TfL and all the excellent work that they do in terms of road safety, engineering lessons. There's all the enforcement that's largely done again by cameras and that whole network. There's a whole load of different ways that we are generating safer roads in partnership, which the investigation of the tragic cases where people are being seriously injured is not the biggest effect on Vision Zero.
The victims and the bereaved families, while Vision Zero has not yet been met, deserve to get justice. So this is about your priorities and how you prioritise making sure that those investigations happen. And it is, the Mayor heard these families. It is absolutely devastating if you lose someone on the road and not getting an accurate investigation. We heard about lost evidence. We heard about clothes being returned in a plastic bag still wet with blood. We heard terrible, terrible examples. And I'm just asking that the Met Police really focuses on those victims and making sure that they get the justice they deserve.
So clearly, if those things have happened, that's not a great handling for a victim in that such a difficult circumstance. If you read our new Met for London plan, it doesn't feature in that to a great extent. It hasn't featured in any of the community engagement events we've had. In terms of us prioritising our use of resources, the biggest focus is on things like knife crime, it's on child exploitation and these other matters. We are doing these investigations, we'll keep doing them, but it's not something that's featuring as the biggest priority. The focus of Vision Zero, I think, is really important for London, and TfL's leadership, which we support, is very powerful on that.
Thank you. Let's bring in Assembly Member Ahmed on the points that have been made in this section of the debate.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Mayor, going back to the Daniels report that was made public last week, you've been very clear about how angry you are about what was found, the serious concerns that anti-black bias remains embedded in the Met's internal systems, including, sadly, recruitment, promotion and grievance handling. And 2 years on from the Casey review, it's very clear that there is significant work that needs to be still done. Can you tell us what you are doing and the actions that you have taken with regard to the Met to ensure that these issues are dealt with so that Londoners can see that the Met is working in a transparent way on this issue?
No, thanks for your question. One of the reasons why this Commissioner is sitting here is because reform is a priority for myself. And actually, this Commissioner has articulated far better than I did, using 6 words, why it affects all of us, this issue of, challenges to the police service. You know, if there's more trust from particularly minority communities, LGBTQ plus communities, women, that leads to less crime because they come forward and report issues, which requires higher standards. The 6 words the Commissioner uses is more trust, less crime, higher standards. And this is why it's really important we go back to core policing. We police by consent in this country. The examples that Senator Garbutt gave, if those people leave with a bad experience with the police service, why should they come forward next time when they're the victim of crime? Why should they come forward next time when they're a witness to crime? Why should they join the police service or their family members if they've had a bad experience with the police service? So we all potentially suffer because bad people are getting away with it, who are criminals. That's why we need a police service where the culture is anti-racist, one that is anti-misogynistic, and that it addresses the issues around homophobia and so forth. And, when I see some of the progress made, I'm encouraged, but that doesn't take away from the horror of watching that BBC documentary or me being appalled reading Dr. Daniel's reports. I think it's 120 pages. She goes back a number of years, but there are clearly systemic issues that require addressing. I've been involved in policing in one way or the other since I've been an adult. And I say this again, trying to spare the Commissioner's blushes, but, he has removed 1,500 police officers and staff over 3 years. That's 3 times. That's 3 times what would normally happen. I've been with him when he's been quite assertive in trying to persuade successive Home Secretaries for there to be more powers to change the culture and get rid of some of the challenges there are. This isn't a case of a few rotten apples. These are systemic, embedded cultural issues that I'm afraid won't be solved overnight. And so what am I doing? Well, we're working on the next phase of Dame Louise Casey's recommendation. One of her main recommendations was the London Policing Board, which is there to support me in relation to some of these issues. Some of the leadership changes that the Commissioners persuaded me to invest in is leading to better supervision, better leadership of these officers. Our attrition is still pretty good, around 6-7% below the national average, which means people are being more selective about whether they want to join an anti-racist organisation. If you're a racist, the Met Police Service ain't a place for you, or if you're a sexist, ain't a place for you. We've not got the same powers as undercover BBC journalists have. I mean, I wish Sir Mark could have officers wearing secret, covert kits inside police stations and so forth. He's not allowed to do so by law. So we're thinking about what more we can do so everyone understands this is a changed police service. But can I reassure you, I'm not going to arrest till Londoners get a police service they deserve. Final point I want to say is this, because sometimes police officers watch this. This does not take away from the excellent police officers we have. I'm not criticising those officers and staff, but there is a cultural issue that demands change, which is what I'm trying to get to.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
OK, we're now opening up the floor. I'm going to take Assembly Member Irani as the first question.
Thank you, Chair. And Mr. Mayor, your predecessor, as well as the previous government, consistently underfunded the Metropolitan Police, so you've had to address some of that balance by providing increases in funding to the police. With the forthcoming budget coming up from government, are you seeking for the government to readdress some of that balance?
Yes, just to remind colleagues where we are and how we got here. In addition to the £1.1 billion worth of cuts since 2010, the Met Police has suffered a third of core funding. The previous mayor failed to use the levers at his disposal, council tax, to try and fill some of this delta. So a combination of central government cuts, lack of support from which is one of the reasons why you've got police stations closing down, front counters closing down, staff being lost. Now, I'm not criticising previous commissioners. One of the things the previous mayor said to them, not unreasonably, was make sure you keep police officer numbers, warranted officer numbers, up. And that's why when this commissioner joined, he used a phrase which I quite like, saying the Met Police Service is bent out of shape. You've got warranted officers doing back office stuff. They're overpaid to do that stuff, and frankly speaking, it's not their skill set. So I'm lobbying the government for additional funds to make up for 16 years worth of austerity. At the same time, recognising we've got real challenges today. Good news, in just the first year of this government, we had an increase by more than 30% of national and international capital cities grant. Good news, we've got in 1 year £280 million additional investment, which is more than every year put together during the Conservative Lib Dem years and the Conservative years. Slightly good news, in the CSR, the Treasury announced a 2.3% uplift for the entire country in policing. We need more than that, frankly speaking, in London for the reasons that the Commissioner articulated in his opening. I'll give you one example before I end, which is in the first 9 months of this year, and the Commissioner will correct me, in the first 9 months of this year, we had more public events that the police have got to deal with, ceremonials, sporting events, festivals, protests, than 12 months in a normal busy year. So there's more pressure on the police service. That's why we need more investment.
So, Commissioner, we've heard from the Mayor about the increased level of funding from the Mayor's precept and the Mayor's office, but also from government that we've received in the last year. So that has led to some leading to the view that the Met isn't handling its finances properly if it's getting increased money from government and increased from the Mayor. What would you say to that? And in terms of the tough choices that you are having to make, are you on track in terms of the budget savings for this in-year of delivering of that?
So take this sort of simple tactical question in terms of this year's budget and delivering those savings, both the people-based savings and non-people. We are on track at those. Obviously, we're tracking them regularly at my executive committee meeting. Clearly, the baseline that matters to me is the sort of inflationary pressures meets funding, and that's where the delta can sometimes arise, regardless of the extra funding that has been provided, and with significant pay rises, which are largely agreed nationally, significant pay rises because of inflation, then that's where those tensions come. We are managing our money well, and it has been sit for review, which shows that we're strengthening our approach to that, and that's reassured the Home Office. And I think the fact that we're showing that in a smaller organisation we're being more productive shows that we are, if you like, a good investment because of what we're achieving, best value with the money that we are being provided with. The fundamental issue of this long-term picture has led to completely reasonably successive commissioners and mayors using flexibility such as estate that could be sold or reserves and other factors and borrowing to balance the books and keep investing. All of those things run out eventually, don't they? Because they're not things you can do infinitely. So we've got to over the last couple of years, we've got to a difficult moment where the runway on those issues has run out and our sort of sustainability of our funding is challenging, and that is playing into those conversations. The second issue is we do two things. Like any other police force, we're policing a local area of London. On top of that, we're a capital city, which brings extra demands. I'm not talking about the special grants we get for counter-terrorism and things, that's all ring-fenced. I'm talking about protests, the different levels of organised crime you'll get in a capital city, those issues. The capital cities grant has not kept pace with that. So the thing that troubles me particularly is the increase in the capital cities grant is welcome, but it's a long way short of where it needs to be. And the consequence is I don't have the specialist resources in the centre to police things like protests and those issues. So I'm constantly drawing on local policing. So the absence of capital cities grant, which has stayed flat until the last year, stayed flat for a decade or more, the absence of that capital cities grant effectively means local policing is subsidising that, which leads to those abstractions. We balance those abstractions across the organisation to minimise the effect, but it's still bigger than any of us want.
Thank you. And, Commissioner, I wrote to you on the 29th of October in relation to the front counter closure decision for Pinner and Harrow Police Station. So can I just ask you to look into this and get back to me urgently in writing? Thank you.
Yeah. OK, Assembly Member Garrett.
Afternoon. So last May, Mr Mayor, you promised Londoners that if they voted for you, you would provide 1,300 extra police officers. 18 months on, we're actually 1,800 police officers less in London. we were hearing earlier about broken manifesto promises on policing. This is another broken manifesto police pledge. There's no way you're going to reach that target by the end of this term, is there?
Well, let's wait and see. The promise was for 1,300 additional police officers or PCSOs. Londoners know that I funded in perpetuity 1,300 police officers and funded 500 PCSOs. We do know the government has supported us with 400 officers and I think 20 or 30 PCSOs. Also, because of the additional funding that the Commissioner referred to, we managed to protect 930 officers that otherwise we would have lost from neighbourhood policing. So we're going to carry on from City Hall, invested in the police service, trying to build up the number of police officers and PCSOs we have.
Sure, but you're down 1,800. Nobody thinks that you're going to get to plus 1,300, which is now, you know, we're 3,107 short now. No one thinks you're going to get there by the end of this term, do they?
Well, let's wait and see. There's still some time to go before the end of this term. I'm quite clear in terms of not just myself, more than doubling investment in the police service from City Hall, but lobbying the government to do more to support the police service as well. And that includes, in the police family, PCSOs and specials as well.
Sure. I mean, we will wait and see, but I don't believe there's anyone in this room who thinks you're going to meet that promise. Commissioner, we've heard a lot about tough choices, and you've made no secret of the fact you think people should be giving you more money, governments, and probably anyone else who's got any.
Are you offering?
I would love to have the kind of money that would make a material difference to the Met budget. I'm afraid that the humble salary of an Assembly member doesn't provide. £90 million was spent on the Command and Control IT project, which was effectively then binned and started again. That's £90 million of tough choices that are not caused by politicians not giving you enough money, but by the Met Police failing to spend the money that you've got. Is that fair?
So, a couple of points. Firstly, you're not exactly comparing life with life. The savings we're making now are recurring savings every year. You're talking about a one-off capital spend.
Forgive me, Commissioner.
Let me do I was going to say something more, though.
Well, I was just going to say that, but the Met doesn't have a capital funding. All of your capital is funded from revenue. So I appreciate it's a one-off, but 90 million quid is a lot of years of front counters, isn't it?
And as I said earlier, a lot of it's funding from borrowing, which then has a long-term tail on revenue. Exactly fair point. The capital grants to policing were killed off in the late noughties, early teens, which is, has added extra stretch to policing budgets. Our technology is one of the things that we're trying to fix. It's one of those foundational issues that we talk about in our plan, which is way inadequate. Our command and control system is an adaptation of a 1970s baggage handling system. The number of people who can still program in that computer language in the world is ever decreasing. Replacing it, when you've got an old piece of machinery that's been infinitely tailored
forgive me, Commissioner, you appreciate time is short. I'm not arguing you shouldn't replace it. I'm arguing you shouldn't have wasted 90 million quid, binned it and started again.
It's a complex thing to replace. That programme was run and the supplier, there was a view the suppliers were failing, there was a dispute, the contract was ended, the legal dispute was settled, and we started again, and we're working our way through with another contract and other suppliers, and hopefully in the next over the next couple of years, we're rolling out the new solution. It is important, but these big programmes on something which it's probably our most important system, because 24/7 the safety of London stands on that, and the complexity that you're asking for from a provider is enormous. There are very few providers who have systems that are working on this scale with this reliability. And that's creating the challenge. So I'm not saying the money wasn't wasted, it's unfortunate.
Well, if you forgive me, I mean, you're just sort of implying it might be a one-off, but there's the Connect system, which was supposed to cost 171 million, which overspent by 163 million, you know, bringing the total between those two projects of 253 million pounds wasted. That's a lot of tough choices in those two projects.
Yeah, public sector IT programmes are a massive challenge, are they? I don't argue with your numbers. It's disappointing we couldn't do it on the initial planned budget. But as time goes on, scope changes. There are new functionality that's required, and that does affect these programmes. But we're getting better IT, which is making our people more productive. The technology, we had several different systems. Officers had to put the same data into an intelligence system, a crime system, a custody system. We now have one system that moves data between it all, which saves time for officers and is helpful for them. So all of these things help us go forward, but they're really painful transitions. And the business case you start with, it's quite rare on these complex programmes for that to be the same when you get to the end. Understood. Whether you look at policing, NHS, military, we all suffer the same challenges.
I'm out of time. I think we will continue to look at this on the Budget and Performance Committee. It's a big problem. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Moving on to Assembly Member Mahfouz.
Thank you. Commissioner, firstly, thank you for listening to residents across Hillingdon and western parts of Ealing, and representations from myself and local members of Parliament, and keeping the front counter open at Hayes Police Station, a very welcome decision. On a recent school visit that I had in that area, I listened firsthand to a 10-year-old girl tell me about how she felt afraid and unsafe on the streets of West Drayton after protesters had started protesting in the neighbourhood and flags were erected everywhere on her local streets. Commissioner, you said yourself that protest policing is now the single biggest strain on day-to-day resources. You've talked about the capital city investment that you've received in 1 year versus the 14 years previously. How are you dealing with this unprecedented demand on resources, and are you seeking to use live facial recognition at protests?
So the multiple dimensions of protest that have grown since COVID really has completely transformed the stretch on London. In COVID, we had all sorts of issues around anti-vax protests and various other matters. Then we start to get increasing amounts of environmental protests. More recently, obviously, we've already talked about the tensions around the violence in the Middle East, and on top of that, we've now got the protests around what you might in shorthand call asylum hotels and related issues. In West London and in East London, there are we've had quite intense protests around some of those hotels, believed by local communities to be housing asylum seekers. Some of those, many of those have been sort of peaceful protests, but some of them have been characterised by violence and racist behaviour, and that has stretched resources. And I was looking for a number. I think it's something like sort of 6,000 officer shifts, I think, from memory, that we've used on those events in recent months. At the moment, we are using facial recognition technology is largely being used on hotspots of crime across London, and it's been very successful. We just released an annual report, close to 1,000 arrests, nobody arrested because of a misidentification. It's having a positive effect on policing hotspots and getting wanted people off the streets. We've also used it on some events. We used it on Coronation. We've used it, I think, on a football match. We've used it on a couple of Trooping the Colour events. In terms of events policing, we haven't yet deployed it on a protest. I don't rule it out, but it's a different prospect. Given the rights of protesters, I'd be nervous about the chilling effect, so we've got to be careful about when we do it. But clearly, if we had a particularly violent protest where we had intelligence there might be a lot of wanted people turning up to it, I wouldn't rule out using it. But at the moment, that threshold hasn't been met.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. But, Mayor, you've just recently launched your Loved and Wanted Fund, which is going through due process at the moment, which is incredibly welcome. In West Drayton, we recently had a church that was supporting new arrivals to the UK have a brick thrown through their window. How will you be able to provide assurances to schools and to local community voluntary groups that are working day in, day out to support their local communities with these difficult times that we're facing?
Well, I think us ordinary Londoners who aren't police officers need to do our bit to ensure that everyone feels loved and has a sense of belonging in our great city. And I think Londoners over centuries have been really warm at receiving people, but also to ensure those who are different, don't feel their difference in this great city of ours, and they're respected and encouraged to integrate and so forth. There's a policing role as well, in terms of the confidence it brings when people see a uniformed police officer. And that's one of the reasons why, I've been persuaded to invest even more money in policing in terms of neighbourhood police teams, incredibly important in making people feel safe. The police have worked incredibly hard just to visit for example, places of worship, synagogues, other places of worship, whether it's a church or whether it's a mosque, temple, gurdwara, to ensure people know how to contact the police if there's any issue. Also, the Community Security Trust, who were set up ostensibly to protect the Jewish community, have done some brilliant work helping others. They've got workshops where they give great advice to mosques and other places of worship, and that's a good example of London citizenship, supporting others, and we're going to carry on ensuring that everyone feels loved and wanted in our city.
Thank you very much.
Just before we need to stop the clock, just before we move on to our next question, I think we do need the Assembly to agree to suspend Standing Orders 2.9a in accordance with the provisions of Standing Orders 1.1h to extend the meeting till 5:30 in order to allow the remaining business on the agenda to be completed. You guests do not need to be worried. You will be gone. It's us remaining aside. We're some considerable hours into this meeting. Would you believe it? Can we agree that? Agreed. Thank you very much. Let's go back on the clock. Can I invite Assembly Member Best?
Thank you, Chair. I would really love to introduce my bit here by thanking you as well for saving Chingford Police Station, but unfortunately we've been properly done over. So I just wanted to start with you, Mr. Mayor, and you said earlier that obviously when it comes to your promise on keeping every borough a 24/7 station in every borough, that you said when the facts change, you change your mind. You said earlier that you listened to the Commissioner. OK, let's go down that avenue. The thing that doesn't rhyme true to me about that, the thing that I'm confused about, is in 2017, you went to the effort of in making sure we had the Met engagement plan when we were looking at stations, which meant we knew who uses stations, which meant we knew why they were using stations, which meant we knew the types of crimes that were being reported, which was really important because it highlighted things like 14% of rapes were being reported at front counters. Why on earth, if this was actually important to you, if you've repeated it year after year after year after year, fair enough, the Commissioner comes to you and says things have changed. Why did you not say, I want that data? If you think this is the right way to go, I want that data that shows me it's the right way.
As the Commissioner has alluded to, things have changed a lot since 2017. One of the things that the pandemic did is it accelerated the use of technology from people who hitherto were not using technology, and we've seen that in the NHS in terms of how doctors now operate, but also in terms of the police. It wasn't the case in 2017 that more than 90% of crimes are reported either by phone, online, big game changer, and to a neighbourhood police officer. One of the concerns I had was the poor service those who reported crime received from those in call centres in terms of response, which is why we invested £3 million in skilling up, I forget what it's called now, is it Command and Control? Command and Control. Skilling up Command and Control, £3 million annually. And so that service people now receive both in terms of 999 and 101 is infinitely better than it was in previous years because of the volume of calls being made there.
This isn't answering at all, sorry, Mr. Mayor, how you go from in 2024 believing there should be a 24/7 operation of a front counter in every borough to later in that year not believing that. And I'm going down that avenue with you. If someone said that, if someone contradicted your belief, why did you not ask for the engagement survey? Why did you not ask for the engagement survey?
I was finishing the point. The second part of the way people report crimes is online. And we've hugely improved the online experience people receive as well in relation to this. And the third part of that is increasing the amount of neighbourhood teams in terms of people's ability to cooperate. But the fourth part of this, in terms of the support we've given to victims and survivors groups, you deliberately mentioned the issue of rape and those victims of domestic abuse, domestic violence. There are now more and more groups funded by City Hall, which provides a way for people to report these horrible incidents to them. In relation to the decision the Commissioner had to make savings of £260 million, he had workforce efficiencies, non-workforce efficiencies, and then what we call tough choices. And we went through all those tough choices, and there are basically two ways to do this. You either can have an equitable decrease of funding in all those tough choices, or you can prioritise those where there's operational advice. So, for example, if the Commissioner says, on this particular strand, rather than only cutting it by 2%, I think actually we can afford to cut it by 40% because it means less cuts here. That's the advice I received from the Commissioner and the advice I took.
But you had a belief that it was important to have a 24/7 police service, and you say things change since 2017. What changed is in Chingford Police Station, for example, more crimes were being reported every day. That is the material change. More crimes. I'm speaking to the Mayor. I'm speaking to the Mayor, though.
There's a danger.
But I'm speaking to the Mayor because I'm just asking why he didn't ask for the engagement survey.
Look, can I just correct something on the data? So there's a danger on the data that people conflate reported at a police station, which is sometimes, for example, rapes, an officer arranges for the victim to come to the police station to meet them. That is not the same as reported as a front counter, and I think there's a danger you conflate the two of those.
These are your statistics that you've given us. If they're not right, then maybe you should do with something about that. Maybe you could have had a Met engagement survey and you could have told us how many crimes were reported, but you didn't. And actually, Commissioner, you believe this, but what my question is, why, Mr Mayor, did you not ask for that? But now the Commissioner has saved the day for you because you don't have time to answer that. Commissioner, Ian Duncan-Smith has written to you in August. He's written to you in October. Well,
Sorry,
you did have 3 attempts to answer it and you couldn't.
Sorry, I missed that. Who's written to me, sorry?
Ian Duncan-Smith has written to you in August. He's written to you in October. He hasn't received an answer in relation to Chingford Police Station. I've asked you for a meeting in relation to Chingford Police Station. Please, could you try and take this seriously? We haven't had the engagement survey. We don't have the data. Could you at least engage with stakeholders about how we go forward now? We know that our front counter helps reduce crime in Chingford. We know it's saving the Met money. We'd like to talk about how we move forward into the future.
So we have supplied an awful lot of information to councillors, to MPs.
I just want you to say that you'll meet with us. You haven't actually written back to the letters, and I don't have time for
And we've done multiple briefings on these choices.
So will you have a meeting with...
I'll double-check this correspondence has been dealt with.
And will you write back to the letters that you haven't written back to?
I'll double-check that it's been dealt with.
So you don't want to write back to letters and you don't want to have a meeting?
I didn't say that. I'll double-check that it's been dealt with.
Sorry, let's move on to Assembly Member Ahmed.
Sorry, Chair. We were just enjoying the last exchange. Commissioner, what impact will the discussion to stop investigating non-crime hate incidents have on how hate crime is policed in London?
None. So, I presume you want a longer answer than that. So,
not necessarily, but if you want to.
So, non-crime hate incidents aren't crimes. Hate crimes are crimes. I think the non-crime hate incident policy, which has been around for 20 years, was probably never perfect, but has been exposed by the online world, and drawing policing into refereeing things that aren't crimes is dangerous and has drawn policing into all sorts of Twitter spats and other things that we shouldn't be involved in. The value of recording something, which is what we will continue to do, is if you see a pattern of behaviour building that may overflow into physical violence, then of course you might want to intervene in a preventative way. But treating them as crimes has not been good for policing or communities. If it is a crime, so if it crosses the threshold laid down by Parliament, that is a crime, we'll record it and investigate it, of course we will. So this doesn't change our approach to hate crime. Frankly, it probably makes it easy for officers to see the wood for the trees and focus on the things that are illegal and that we should bear down on.
But to establish whether it is a hate crime or not, you have to have a level of investigation at the beginning, don't you?
Not necessarily. So someone phones up and says, my neighbour said the following to me. Based on that phone call, you can make a judgment. Well, that's irritating, but it's not illegal, or it's illegal. You can make that judgment fairly early on in most cases.
But what about the actual recording of this? Because as we know, often there may be not hate crime does eventually lead to hate crime. So this kind of recording, and if you could explain to us how a non-hate crime is recorded, that actually then in future could be used as part of an investigation once there is actual hate crime, or once you've decided that there is?
So recording a sort of building dispute, so not a dispute about buildings, but a growing dispute, recording a growing dispute. So you're recording these incidents. They're not crimes, but being aware of it's important. And if there is a credible case that this behaviour is going to escalate to these two people coming to physical blows, then policing may intervene on a preventative way at some stage to try and wrestle with that, in line with our long-term common law duties in terms of preventing a breach of the peace. But investigating something which Parliament hasn't said is illegal, as if it was, has drawn policing into clumsy acts, which has caused confusion, and that's not a place for us to be. And sometimes it's drawn us into dealing with cases where we end up refereeing on what sort of vibrant free speech, and that's not our role.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair.
Assembly Member Lord Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to you both. Commissioner, I'm going to come to you, be quick because the time is short, okay?
Okay.
I'm currently submitting an amendment to the Police and Crime Bill regarding recording of police officer and staff suicide. Three things to say. Do you have sufficient resources to record this? Do you record this? And if you don't, why not?
The numbers are so small. We don't have a particular category, but we would have the data available in our sort of human resources system. So I don't see that as an onerous burden. I think officer and staff welfare, with the trauma that they carry, what they're involved with, the PTSD can build, is important. We put a lot of resources into how we support officers who are assaulted, officers who are dealing with trauma on a regular basis. We talked about sexual exploitation earlier. People wading through these traumatic cases day after day can really affect people. We have a more mature culture than the police service I joined 37 years ago, but you'll see a reference in our second phase of New Met London 2 in terms of looking again at what more we can do in terms of officer wellbeing and support.
With all what you've just said, firstly, how would you know the numbers are so small if you don't record them? And with what you've just said, don't you believe you should record them?
So we record that when we've got our employment, they're recording the organisation. The reason I know they're small is a matter like that, a member of staff or a police officer committing suicide, I get told about. It's the sort of thing that is sufficiently notable that the senior people in the organisation get told about it. We don't have somebody commit suicide and nobody notices. It happens. And so they are small. They are very, very small numbers. I don't have a number I can cross out.
I'm not asking you for a number. That wouldn't be fair. But what I am going to ask you to do is speak to the police fed, because they're very firmly under the impression that you do not record these things. So I'll just leave that with you, something that you can deal with. I want to quickly flip to something else. I understand that officer confidence in using their powers has been declining recently. Are you receiving sufficient political backing from the Mayor to properly support your officers? I've spoken to a lot of officers off the record, and some have given me pretty horrific stories where they're having to make a decision about their career or using the powers they have, you know, the preservation of the career. Are you receiving some of these things? Your surveys would suggest that it's true. And what are you and the Mayor doing about that?
I think officers' confidence to use their powers and feel supported for split-second decisions made with good intent is really absolutely vital. There's a lot of public debate on those things. It's not for me to comment on politicians, but I and the leadership team do everything possible to make sure officers can see they're supported for those difficult decisions. It's perfectly possible for us to watch something and think, in hindsight, that could have been done differently, but an officer was doing their best on that day, and that should be dealt with by a sort of management conversation, learning, reflection. It's important officers don't feel constrained as they turn up. This morning, I was visiting an officer who was stabbed a couple of days ago, arresting a dangerous person in the house. He's got fairly serious stab injuries to his hand and arm. He's turning up at a dangerous place. Him and his colleague are using force. They're using a taser to contain somebody. I want officers to be confident in using their powers, otherwise they end up with even worse injuries, and they deserve all of that support. And they get it from me, and it's important they get it from all politicians.
But your officers, your surveys, again, I point out the fact your survey suggests, this is not anecdotal, say that officers don't have that support. They don't feel like they have that support. They do not feel like they're supported by senior officers in particular. They definitely don't feel like they have political cover. And what are you specifically doing to arrest that feeling in your officers, excuse the term, because that is a real danger to the public if an officer will not exercise the powers that we have given them. You know, what are you doing? If you speak to officers, they say some pretty harsh things about senior management. You've got to turn that around.
Yeah, so they see the frank comments we're making on the back of, we've had some recent high-profile cases involving officers prosecuted for driving and the use of force cases, shooting cases, and they have seen how robust I've been in my support of them. As an example, you've seen that we asked and pressed the successive Home Secretaries for what became known as the Accountability Review to rebalance some of the issues that means that the legal system meant that officers using force in split seconds were unfairly scrutinised for extended periods. We've recently had the case of Whiskey 80, who is finally free from the misconduct process 10 years after he shot and killed a potentially armed criminal a decade ago.
I've run out of time.
So I've been fighting for changes to the law, and officers can see that.
I've run out of time, but we will turn to Whiskey 80 and November X-ray 121 as well. Mayor, I'll write to you. You got off on this one. Thank you, Chair.
Let's go to Assembly Member Turrell.
Thank you, Chair. These questions will be mainly directed to the Commissioner. And I appreciate the Mayor's heard this before, but the RAC published a list of vehicle crime hotspots across the country. And of the top 10, 7 are in London. 8 are in London, actually. 7 are in outer London. Last night, I was in Bexley at a Met Engage event and talking to some of the hard-working officers we have in Rowley. I was talking to them about tackling car theft, and they let me know that some of the car manufacturers aren't always so cooperative with the police with requests for car tracking data once the car's been stolen. Is this an issue you're aware of?
I hadn't picked up that particular data. I know we have a very good relationship with some companies, which has led to rapid recoveries of vehicles. I know I've come across cases with stolen vehicles sort of immediately being driven to places where they are then maybe put in a metal shipping container so that the signal no longer works. Also, some of the tracking devices are more easily removable and removed within sort of minutes of the theft, which makes it difficult. So the work with the manufacturers is really important. Some of them are very good at keeping their security systems, the electronic security systems, up to date and improving and ahead of the criminals. Others have been less successful in that. Overall, vehicle crime in London has been falling year on year and continues to do so.
Thank you for your answers, Commissioner. So we know that organised gangs are stealing cars to order and they're stealing them for parts, and we know that this funds criminal activity across London. So by tackling this, we can make London safer in its entirety. So are you confident that you have all the tools you require to tackle this issue, or are gangs currently outpacing the system?
We have... there's nothing leaping out in my mind at the moment in terms of tools and tactics that we're looking for. I'm going to take away your question about whether all manufacturers are as cooperative as they need to be, and I'll double check on that and I'll follow up on that if I need to. But in terms of criminal powers and legislation, we have what we need.
Thank you for that, Matt.
The vehicle crime's down 14% since April this year.
Thank you. So I'm just going to quickly change topic and move on to facial recognition on this, because I've been talking to campaign groups. I think, obviously, we know we're policed by consent, and that and that's important as technology evolves. So can I just check that you are committed to working with civil liberty groups to ensure that as this is rolled out, it is rolled out in a transparent manner and bringing people along with us?
We've worked extremely hard to be transparent. We've worked with all groups. We saw, for example, we sought involvement of the Equality and Human Rights Commission. I was very disappointed that as a government-funded body, they refused to help us with our policies. So we've reached out to all sorts of organisations to assist us. Policing by consent is important. 85% of the public support this in surveys. So the fact there may be a few lobbying groups who are hostile to it, I'm more attuned to the fact that 85% of the people are supportive. It went down extraordinarily well at Notting Hill Carnival, the safest carnival we've had for some time. The communities were really pleased with it. We've arrested nearly 1,000 people over the last year, serious offenders, sex offenders, including a registered sex offender who had befriended a mother and child. It's generating big results for London, and officers are really enjoying the operations because they're so successful, and it leads to them almost exclusively stopping guilty criminals and not making any mistakes on the streets because it's more accurate than any human being can be.
Assembly Member McCartney.
Thank you. My first question is for the Commissioner. It's about something you talked about in your opening, and that's about the scale of phone theft in London. You talked about how quite a lot of the crimes are organised by organised crime. And I'm just wondering, you've had some successful operations recently, but when will Londoners see the impact of that and feel safer?
So they're already seeing the impact. So theft from person and robbery are each down by 13 or 14% this year. So we've started to turn the corner. I recognise we've got some way to go. I think by the time we get to the end of this year, we'll see the effect of these groups. But taking out organised crime gangs that are behind potentially 40% of the export of stolen phones to China and other countries is massively powerful. So there's gang members, children, organised pickpocketing gangs doing the stealing. There are sort of middlemen as handlers. Some of them are some of the sort of slightly dodgy phone shops, but elsewhere. And then there's major export and organised crime. We've been intervening at every part of the criminal business because that's the way you dismantle the process. So we're trying to break the criminal business model that drives this. There's potentially 50 million. If there's 100,000 phones stolen in London, that's an estimate because that's more than's reported to us. But if there's 100,000 phones, even if they only go for half their value, that's probably 50 million of stolen property. That's not just about kids on the streets. There's organised crime behind that, and that's why we're breaking it. That's why we're working international with the National Crime Agency. And Londoners will see the effect already, and we're going to keep bearing down on that. And we're working with the telecoms companies and the phone builders to encourage them to do things to help improve their security, which reduce the resaleability of the phones to have the positive effect.
Thank you. We often hear stories in the press about people who have had their phone snatched and they've actually gone on to like Find My Phone and they've discovered where it is, but they can't get the police to come with them to recover it. Are you doing some more work on that area?
So we've improved our ability to respond to that. It's not always as accurate as people think it is, so it's not always straightforward. And in sort of multi-storey blocks, etc., it can be quite difficult to identify it. But there were some cases where we slipped up. We've got much tighter on that, and we're seeing some good results from that. And I think the tracking technology in phones, in people who've got high-value bicycles that have got tracking devices in them, rapid response to that is really important. In fact, the injured officer I was visiting at home this morning on my way into work, he was saying about a great result he'd had a few weeks ago with a bike with a tracker in it where they tracked it down with the owner and managed to get it back. So that is part of the strategy. So we intervene at every part of the criminal business and we work with the phone companies so they can try and make the business model less attractive.
Thank you. And then just to the Mayor, you were asked earlier about your manifesto promise. Your manifesto promise was actually 1,300 extra officers in local neighbourhoods. And I believe from what was said earlier, you're already 1,000 officers into that manifesto, so you've got about 300 left to go. Do you think you'll get there?
I don't want to spoil my press release moment, so let me respond in due course.
Right. Thank you.
Sorry, apologies to Assembly Member Small-Edwards. I missed you off the list earlier on, so can I bring you on before I bring the next speaker in?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioner. My first question will be to the Mayor. Mr. Mayor, it's encouraging that homicides in London are at their lowest levels since monthly records began, down 58% since 2003. Firstly, what do you attribute that change to, and what more are you doing to bring this most tragic form of crime down even lower?
Look, I mean, in my opening, firstly, thank you for that question. It's probably one of the most important questions you can raise when it comes to safety, which is reducing the number of people killed through homicide. Without in any way excusing criminality, I'm quite clear, and I said this in my opening, about some of the complex causes of crime, deprivation, inequality, lack of opportunities, and so forth. So yes, of course, we've got to be tough on crime, and that means supporting the police, bearing down on those who may carry knives or guns, bearing down on those who may be members of criminal gangs, but it also means preventing. Crime isn't inevitable, it's preventable. So in London, we've had a public health approach. We set up the country's first violence reduction unit in 2019. So in addition to being tough on crime, and so Mark can talk about some of the tough on crime practical things he's done, we've been tough on the causes of crime as well, giving hundreds of thousands of young people positive things to do, giving them mentors and so forth. And so, so Mark and I are the least two complacent people you'll find on this sort of issue. But we should, for a moment pause and celebrate the progress we've made over the last few years. This summer, for the first time since records began, no teenager, nobody under the age of 25 lost their lives. Just think about that in a city where there's 10 million people on an average day. So look, we're not complacent, and being tough on crime, tough on the causes of crime, relies upon a public health approach, working with the VA. But I applauded our brave police officers and the police staff. Can also use the opportunity to applaud our youth workers and youth clubs for the great work they do. And so, it's a partnership approach, and we've got to build on that progress.
Thank you. And Commissioner, what interventions or operational changes do you attribute the reduction in knife offences that we've seen this year compared to last year?
So we've been bearing down on knife crime. Some of that has been behind the supply offences behind it. Just before Carnival, there was a wholesaler of zombie knife type weapons in the Ealing area, which was taken out, and there have been lots of examples of offences like that. Just being relentless on day-to-day knife crime. And this links to the murder question. So part of the success on murder is the relentless approach to the drugs gangs behind county lines and city lines. The vast majority of the young men running those lines are men of violence who've got a very sordid track record. Putting them in prison keeps down violence amongst drug gangs and also helps us identify the children who have been exploited and try and help local authorities and others rescue them. We're solving sort of best part of 100% of murders as well, and we've been targeting the most dangerous predators against women and girls. We're keeping firearms discharges down, we're seizing more and more firearms, and that's at sort of record low levels. So there's multiple intervention points in this. We haven't this year had any case of inter-gang violence which has generated multiple offences. We've managed to, after the first offence, leap on it so quickly that we've stopped that tension, creating 3 or 4 offences after one offence.
Thank you. Commissioner, do you think the shift from safer schools officers to dedicated ward officers now having those responsibilities could potentially hamper the progress that we've made on serious youth violence?
I think the opposite. I think children are most at, the reason we've done it, children are most at risk between home and school. We found examples with our schools officers where we had schools officers teaching lessons and teachers patrolling outside school to keep kids safe at opening time and closing time. That's the wrong way round. So schools officers having the skills to go into schools when necessary, but being fundamentally about working in wards and protecting children between school and home is part of what's going to help us keep crime down and keep children protected. And as the Mayor said, keep teen homicides down, which is such a horrific waste of life.
It is indeed. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Back to you, Chair.
Mr. Mayor, how can you sit there with a straight face and say crime is down? Since you became mayor in 2016, knife crime has gone up by 27%. Violence against the person has increased by 26%. Robbery has increased by 57%. Theft has increased by 37%. Shoplifting has increased by 109%. Sexual offences have increased by 64%. All crime since you, Sadiq Khan, became Mayor of London have increased by 26%. Don't Londoners deserve the truth about the state of crime in the capital from you?
Well, Chair, before I respond to the supplementary question, can I ask you to use your good offices to make sure that Assembly Tyrrell doesn't have the whip removed for raising concerns of civil liberties groups? We were taken aback by the concern for human rights coming from the Tories, but we welcome.
He's wasting time, Mr. Chairman.
Doing so. Look, let me respond to the question that was written for the member on his behalf for him to read out. I, in my opening, just mentioned just some of the examples of the progress we've made since 2016, reducing crime in the face of a rising population and in the face of government austerity. I mean, the ONS, which is nothing to do with us, themselves says, and the Commissioner referred to this in a different way, that you're less likely to be the victim of violence in London than the rest of England and Wales, less likely to be the victim of violence with injury in London than the rest of England and Wales. And we've just been talking about the progress made reducing the most serious crime there can be, which is homicides in London. There is a concern, though, which has been raised with me over the last few years, about high-volume crime, what we call high-volume crime, in relation to shoplifting.
So the answer is you don't want to talk about the truth. What you're doing now is what you did at the beginning. You spoke about random date ranges that fit your narrative. That's not how crime statistics work. And if you don't like what I've read out, then speak to the Commissioner next to you and ask him if his officers are reporting the truth. Either you think he's a liar, or I'm a liar, or the crimes didn't happen at all. I know you don't like the truth, but apologise to Londoners over your tenure that you have allowed crime to skyrocket. Just apologise, and I'll end the exchange.
Well, Chair, let me deal with the list that was read out. Theft from motor vehicle, down by 18%.
Over what date range? Over what date range?
Burglary.
Over what date range? Over what date range? Since you became Mayor of London, over what date range?
Over the last 9 years.
Not the last month. The last 9 years.
Over the last 9 years, burglary down by 29%.
So the Commissioner's stats are wrong?
Over the last...
So the Commissioner's stats are wrong?
I mean, this was once the party of law and order and polite manners.
Well, not law and order in London under you, mate.
I suppose
I'll leave it there, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Sadly, we're not going to hear
Chair,
the
I mean, Chair, you've got to. It must have looked so great in front of the mirror this morning. You can imagine being in the bathroom, practicing the question, and I'm really sorry, it's a damn squib.
It's a shame you don't practice answering questions properly.
But what we want. I think what the rest of the Assembly members would like is a written answer in terms of that, because there is confusion around stats, who's right, who is wrong. I think in terms of, I don't think you're misleading us or not, but equally there are some stats. Can we have some written response, maybe from you, Commissioner, about explaining the stats that would be useful, that can go to every Assembly member and be a public record?
I think we can do that, Chair. And the point I would make, I would also want to draw out in that response where reported crime numbers are most accurate or survey numbers. So, for example, violence against women and girls reporting has been growing for a decade, which is a positive thing because it is so massively underreported. So some crimes like murder, the recorded crime is highly accurate. Some like violence against women and girls, we're encouraging more reporting because it's underreported. So a reply to yourself which colours in that detail will be really important.
Thank you. OK, Assembly Member Clark.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to the both of you. In the past year, we've seen a spate of high-profile cyber attacks, including on TfL. What is being done to crack down on this type of crime?
That's to me, I presume. So, nationally, the most important thing about cybercrime is preventative work, because it's always going to be challenging to investigate and prosecute people when so much of it is committed across international borders. The preventative work is with big companies is led by the National Cyber Security Centre, which is a specialist centre funded by government, which is underpinned by GCHQ expertise, and the National Crime Agency coordinates cyber work nationally. We pick up some of the high-profile cases. We've picked up one or two of those recently in terms of our investigative work, and we've got some to prosecution stages. I think for all big organisations going forward, the investment in cyber security is ever more important. You've got a combination of criminal actors and hostile states who are undermining cyber security in ever more digitally underpinned world. And frankly, too many big organisations don't spend enough money on that. We're constantly having our cybersecurity independently tested and doing everything we can to prop ours up, and I'd encourage other big organisations to do the same.
For that. And over to you, Sadiq. You know, in light of all of these cyber attacks across the country and across the world, what steps are being taken to ensure our critical infrastructure in London is protected against digital threats?
I think we've got to work on the basis, thank you for your question, that cyber attacks are going to go up, not down. Attempts to cyber attack will go up, not down. The Commissioner's referred to state actors. There are also non-state actors using it as ransomware. In the public domain, we've heard about Transport for London, Heathrow Airport, Jaguar, Marks and Spencer's. There are incidents which we don't hear about in the public where ransomware and other forms of serious organised criminal groups. We're doing a number of things in terms of what the Commissioner referred to around prevention. So the London Office of Technology and Innovation is, for example, working with councils to make sure they have the resilience and they have the right systems in place, making sure people know what to do if they're the victim of a cyber attack, but also prevent it in the first place is incredibly important. It's really important to also recognise a lot of this is the primary actors are not in the UK, which limits the ability of the National Cybersecurity Centre, the National Criminal Agency and the police service to respond. That's why it's incredibly important to build in systems to avoid it happening, which is frustrating for those of us, for example, who've had to change authentication, how we get into the system because of the TFL connection and stuff. And that's, I think, a price worth paying, that additional ID recognition to avoid bad actors getting into our system.
Okay. Did you want to come in?
I was just going to come in. This, in some ways, cyber spreads across all crime. So, for example, we've invested in a cryptocurrency team. So we're increasingly finding criminals using cryptocurrency as part of money laundering. So having our own expertise in that has been important. People have seen the recent conviction in the Chinese-related fraud that, where we've seized several billion of cryptocurrency, which are the sort of accumulated profits on the back of maybe £1 billion worth of fraud in China. These are indicative of the sort of cases which have a cyber element but are fraud beyond the cyber attacks which you may have been referring to.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Mayor. I wanted to ask you about how the tough choices for the Met interact with the progress that you've been making in terms of decarbonising the police estate. Assemblymember Roberts earlier on mentioned the estate strategy, and I know from conversation in the Police and Crime Committee, and you have mentioned several times, Commissioner, that the amount of budget that you've had would allow you to do up the buildings over a sort of 120-year cycle, which is clearly not fast enough. But I just wondered if you could say a bit more about how the Met is approaching that in terms of the buildings and also in terms of the electrification of the fleet, which obviously has the very good impacts because the electric vehicles are pretty quick, so rather good for getting the officers out there. But obviously then you need to charge them up.
Exactly. So I'm really clear. My legal duty is the policing of London. My only green legal duty is the 2050 commitment that came in legislation with the last government. So my prime aim in terms of vehicles and estate is the best value for the policing of London. So that's my starting position. Clearly, in a tie-break situation where you've got two options and one's greener and they're the same price, of course you're going to lean towards that because that helps you get towards the 2050 commitment. All of our estates work, we look for those opportunities, and clearly often green solutions are cheaper because they save fuel, for example. So we'll always do that. My biggest concern in terms of investment going forward is, regardless of legal duties, the vehicle manufacturing sector is moving rapidly to more and more electric vehicles. So even if we wanted to buy combustion engines in 5 or 10 years' time, there's not going to be many of them available. So having the infrastructure support a green fleet in the next few years is actually a great worry to me, because the cost of putting that infrastructure in place is enormous.
Yeah.
And at the moment we don't have the capital for that. And that sort of, you'll see in our estate strategy, long-awaited estate strategy that was mentioned earlier
No, but I've been waiting longer than Assembly Member Robertson. I'm not holding my breath, therefore.
That's one of the factors that is the non-negotiable. We're going to have to prop up our buildings that are poor quality. We're going to have to do the electrification of fleet, and that immediately takes you way, way beyond our existing budgets, and that's part of the challenge.
So I'm going to turn to the Mayor, because he has set up a Green Finance Fund. And as far as I understand it, the Metropolitan Police is eligible to apply to the Green Finance Fund. I know that there's been some money through the Public Sector Decarbonisation Fund that has come to the Met, and I think you've had about 100 million, and that's gone into various different places. And obviously, the more we insulate the buildings, the less they, you reduce the running costs, which I know you're quite keen to do in terms of the estate. But also, presumably, the Green Finance Fund might also be available for the installation of electric vehicle charging points as well, which are critical to get officers where they need to be, whether that's on an electric bike, in an electric car or any kind of vehicle. Can I just find out from the Mayor, if the Met was to put in a bid to the Green Finance Fund, would that be looked on positively?
I'm not going to comment who's my favourite commissioner. They're all able to apply for that fund.
So, Commissioner, you're not going to get an answer here and now because he hasn't seen what you're going to bid. Are you going to put in a bid to the Green Finance Fund to fund some of these critical, we need to bring these buildings up to a good spec for the people that work in them.
I'm sure the Mayor will want to put all of his Green Finance Fund towards the Metropolitan Police. But in all seriousness, we have had some of our estates and other money so far has come from, I think, government green grants and from mayoral green grants. And we'll continue to look for those opportunities. Anything that creates a win-win where we can achieve more in terms of modernising estate and improving fleet and get greener and all the economics work out, then we'd be foolish not to do it. We've done some already and we'll keep looking for more.
So if assuming money was no object, which is clearly not the case, how many electric vehicle charging points would you like to have across the estate, and what kind of timeline would there be in installing them?
It'd be hundreds in the next few years. To give you an exact number off the top of my head, I can't do. But the challenge for our response vehicles are on the road pretty much 24/7. Officers are back in the station for half an hour here, an hour there. So you need rapid charging points to be able to keep those vehicles on the road. And having the majority of those in police stations is important. Just having random ones on the streets is not going to be desperately helpful. That's going to be the big challenge. And of course, there isn't always a big enough electricity cable in the street outside to be able to supply those as well. So it goes to wider infrastructure beyond policing.
Yeah, I'm not going to ask you to answer the questions about how we deal with the grid issues as we decarbonise and decentralise, because I think that might be slightly beyond your remit. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
At this point, we stay on the clock. It's me that's going to be speaking on behalf of the Labour group. Let's turn our attention to football. I should register a interest as a season ticket holder, a proud season ticket holder of West Ham United. Commissioner, the football anti-discrimination charity Kick It Out has recorded 1,400 reports of discrimination during the 24-25 season, which is a record high. So it could be good that people are reporting it and feel confident reporting it. Presumably it's coming through to the appropriate authorities, either the ground or to you. How is the Met Police combating these hate crimes and ensuring that football matches are a safe space for Londoners?
I should mirror your interest and commiserate you supporting the wrong Claret and Blue team. I'm an Aston Villa season ticket holder, so... Exactly. So, so commiserations for your team. The approach nationally, there's a national football policing unit based in the Home Office where these reports are coordinated and these solvable cases are sort of allocated out to appropriate police forces where they're online abuse type cases. Obviously, ground-based offences. If, for example, stewards have observed racist behaviour in the ground and ejecting people, they will often liaise with us and then we'll do follow-up in criminal investigations. And, of course, if there's racist behaviour on the streets outside, then our patrolling officers there will pick it up. So it is something we will always pay attention to, and there have been some intense bursts of racist behaviour, haven't there, that we've seen in the last few years based around different issues. And so, yeah, that's of course that's important.
Okay. If I can just now turn to policing tactics at football, and clearly there are some things that you might not wish to say in a public forum, but there's been a change in policing tactics. We talked earlier about policing by consent. I don't think those tactics were discussed with any of the supporter groups or any of the clubs. So this is the situation of where majority home supporters have been kept behind in stadiums after football matches, and a minority away fans have been allowed to leave the ground. So this was a situation in Cholton, Cholton Athletic, where 17,000 home supporters were kept behind some considerable time, whilst the opposing team, Millwall, was allowed to leave earlier. Usually it's been the other way round. No one was aware that this change was going to take place. It's occurred at other grounds, Crystal Palace, another carrot and blue, well, sort of. Queen's Park Rangers, all of these matches and these tactics. Should we have done better consultation on those occasions to alert people that this was going to take place? Can you give us an insight of why we think that works better than keeping the smaller numbers in place?
So you've caught me out on that one. I don't know why that happened. Let me write to you on that separately. I'm sure the commander's had reasons on the day, but if we are going to use it regularly, then there needs to be more communication about why that might be a tactic. My own personal experience is like yours, that where there's separation, it's normally the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, it's come out of the blue. A number of supporters groups have been raising it as an issue. There were loads of other issues. I'm happy to write to you further about that. Mr. Mayor, you're a football fan. What do you think about it?
My congratulations to both of you for the team's use.
Not about the performance.
My experience has always been that there's not just because of the numbers, but home fans get preferential treatment. So I wasn't aware about that issue. Can I just make one point, which is, my experience going to football games from the 80s to now, it's transformative if you're somebody who looks like me. I think English clubs are the best in Europe in terms of dealing with discrimination. I think we're very lucky to have 7 really responsible Premier League clubs who take this issue incredibly seriously. We've seen well-publicised reports of stewards employed by clubs turfing out, banning for life, racists and other thugs. Also, the vast majority of football fans who go to games are now incredibly responsible and law-abiding. There is an issue, though, which the Commissioner has raised publicly, so I'm not breaching confidences, about football clubs paying their fair share. I've got a huge amount of time for football clubs in the good they do in our community. We launched recently an initiative during the summer holidays that they'll be doing. We had a Assembly Member Hirani present during that, and Assembly Member Mahfouz as well at Wembley. 17 clubs doing a great job. But when you bear in mind they pay for policing inside stadiums, when we know the police officers spend a lot of time, a lot of resources outside stadium, at transport hubs, I think there is a conversation about rebalancing who pays for the policing of these football games.
Commissioner, do you wish to say anything about the fair funding?
The fair funding is critical. We think it's about £30 million in London that we're spending on policing football matches. That's policing that isn't taking place on the streets of Richmond or Newham or anywhere else in London. Likewise, we have many other profit-making events which are drawing policing in, and I think if the polluter paid, that would have a big effect on making the organisers think harder about the events they run and how they organise their security, and would have a knock-on effect that it would deal with the abstraction issue from local communities.
Thank you very much.
Assembly Member Prince, Chair.
Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you. I'll try and speak quickly. Commissioner, this is following from Assembly Member Small-Edwards' question on school officers. We had a guest at Police and Crime in September. She was the head teacher for London's ARC Walworth Academy. She said that the Met's decision to scrap Safe for Schools officers was the single most catastrophic decision she'd seen in 10 years. She said she was crushed personally by this decision, and most shockingly of all, she told the committee how she sent 2 welfare officers to a teenage truant's home unaware he'd been charged and released on bail over attempted murder. She described Scotland Yard's information sharing with schools as compromised. Would you like to comment on that?
I don't pretend it's not contentious in some quarters, this decision. There's been a lot of engagement with head teachers throughout it. I think some are happy with the new arrangements and the liaison that's taking place with schools officers, working more in wards, liaising into the schools. Some would rather keep the police officers in schools. Likewise, there are groups that say police officers shouldn't be in schools at all, and it sort of risk criminalising school mischief. So I think there's a finely balanced issue. My concern, primarily, is the safety of children being at home and school. The Mayor and I have both talked about the reducing teen homicide rate, the safety on the streets of London, and keeping bearing down on that is the most important issue. And I want to leave teaching to teachers, and we'll work with teachers where there's safeguarding and crime issues where we can help.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, I'd like to go back to something that you've often talked about in terms of resources and saving money, and that's the use of AI, and more effective use of AI within the Met. I'm aware of an initiative with, dare I say it, Greater Manchester Police, who have been using AI for crowd management, and very effectively by the sounds of it as well. Something like that would be incredibly useful for some of the issues that we face in London. And I am aware that there have been, conversations with LSE, I think, to actually see what we can do here in London in that respect. Could you tell us a little bit more about that? And have you spoken to Greater Manchester Police about their experience?
I haven't. They may be using the same technology we've used at Notting Hill and elsewhere in terms of crowd management and crowd density and crowd flows. But that is a perfectly good use of AI technology. And outside of here, I'll see if our technology or their technology is better or different or whatever. I think if you look at things like that...
I think it is different. It's different from what's been used in Notting Hill.
OK, well, we'll have a look whether is it better or different or whatever, I don't know. But the principle I completely agree with. The AI, effectively technology and facial recognition is having a big effect. Other areas of technology, we've started testing drones as part of response capability in Islington and Westminster, which will help us do a better response to scenes of crimes, get earlier evidence, be able to pursue offenders more safely. Those are examples. And we're now starting to look at sort of areas of automation to be able to make officers more productive, deal with the admin so they can spend more time on the streets. And of course, our approach to the V100, so identifying the most dangerous predatory men, out of all the men named as suspects on offences against women and girls each year, tens of thousands in London, identifying the most dangerous repeat predators out of all of that data so that we can throw specialist resources at them and get them locked up as quickly as possible to protect others from them. That's another use. So we're constantly looking at these uses of technology to be more precise and more productive, and it's having a good effect. And you'll see much more of that from us in forthcoming months. And linking to some of the points the Mayor made earlier about funding and the Treasury, that willingness to invest in increasing public sector productivity, becoming more effective, is part of a reform agenda which hopefully resonates with government policy and can unlock funding for that sort of innovation.
Thank you. And certainly the use of drones in my own area in Kennington is something that I'm looking forward to see the results of. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
OK, I think we've now reached the end of our question and answer session. Thank you to our guests for answering our questions, and you are welcome to leave the chamber. But before you go, I just want to acknowledge the Commissioner, because something was said earlier on about the non-attendance. You've shown by personal leadership and attended a number of meetings, which we are extremely grateful for, because legally you don't have to. We also understand there's been an improvement around the attendance of some of your senior officers, which we're extremely grateful, because listening direct from you about what's going on is quite important for us in terms of how we evaluate in terms of taking our positions. So we're grateful and look forward to it continuing. But thank you to you both for this afternoon.
We're just sorry we couldn't stay to 5:30. You disinvited us. But
That's right. OK, can I ask the Assembly to agree the motion set out in the agenda in my name, namely that the Assembly notes the answers to the questions asked? Agreed. Thank you very much. Look, we've already agreed to extend the meeting. Look, do you want an adjournment or can we crack on?
Yes, crack on.
Okay, crack on. Right, OK, I hear you. So let's actually get going. Assembly is in agreement that we move on. Let's deal with petitions. Can I ask Assembly Member Best to present the petition listed on the agenda in her name?
No, I got all excited saying crack on and then I realised it was going to be me. Sorry. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to present the petition from Councillor David Taylor with 856 petition, and the prayer is as follows. We, the undersigned, object to plans to stop Romford Police Station from operating as a 24-hour desk. We ask you to urgently reverse this decision in order to keep Romford safe. It has been reported that Romford Police Station is going to stop being a 24-hour desk. This means that residents will no longer be able to access police services during the night at the station. Romford is a busy London town and we have consistent issues with crime in our town centre. Closing the 24-hour desk is a bad decision and will only risk public safety further. This petition is calling on Sadiq Khan and the Met Police to urgently reverse this decision. Thank you.
Can I call on Assembly Member Wilson to present the petition listed on the agenda in his name?
Thank you, Chair. And on a similar subject, because it's obviously something that a lot of people in London are very, very concerned about. So I'd like to present the petition with 2,166 signatures, and the prayer of the petition is as follows. We, the undersigned, call on the Mayor of London and Metropolitan Police to scrap the proposed closures and reduced opening hours at police station front counters across London. London Mayor Sadiq Khan and the Metropolitan Police have announced a series of closures and reduced opening hours for police station front counters across London, in direct breach of Khan's 2024 election manifesto pledge to keep a 24/7 front counter open in every borough. Across London, this means closing the front counters at Barking, Chingford, Church Street, Harrow, Kensington, Mitcham, Pinner, Royalty Studios, Twickenham and Wimbledon police stations, reducing the opening hours at Acton, Bethnal Green, Bexley Heath, Brixton, Bromley, Colindale, Croydon, Dagenham, Edmonton, Forest Gate, Hammersmith, Hayes, Hounslow, Ilford, Islington, Kentish Town, Kingston, Lavender Hill, Plumstead, Romford, Stoke Newington, Sutton, Tottenham, Woolworth and Wembley police stations, and leaving no front counters open in Harrow, Kensington and Chelsea, Merton, Richmond and Waltham Forest boroughs. At a time when crime rates are increasing, cutting essential services like this is detrimental to the safety and well-being of our community. For residents in London, the police station front counter is not just a desk, it's a symbol of security, a place for immediate help and a cornerstone of justice. Sadiq Khan and the Met are misleading the public by only quoting crimes reported and not taking into account all the other footfall that occurs at these front counters. Thank you, Chair.
Can I ask the Assembly to agree to refer the petitions to the Mayor and the Metropolitan Police Service for a response?
Agreed.
Thank you. Can we then go to petitions update? Can I ask the Assembly to note responses received to the petitions presented at the 5th of June 2025 at London Assembly plenary meeting and at the 11th of September 2025 London Assembly Mayor's Question Time meetings? Thank you. I'm now moving into motion. In accordance with Standing Orders 4.2a and following discussion with the Assembly Party groups, I've agreed to vary the time limits for speeches for the remainder of this meeting so that the mover of the motion or the amendment may speak up to 3 minutes, the seconder of the motion or amendment may speak up to 2 minutes. Any other speeches may last up to 2 minutes. I'm now moving to motion 3.1 in the name of Assembly Member Cooper to move.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'd like to start by thanking Battersea Cats and Dogs Home, who were here earlier on today to talk about this matter, and also including the Animal Welfare Officer from Wandsworth Council. They helped to organise the event along with Rosa so that we could have some discussion and hear from them about the issues that they're facing. And I'd like to thank all of those Assembly members from all political parties, and we did have somebody from all of the parties who came along to listen to what Battersea and animal welfare officers had to say. And I'm proposing this motion because of the huge increase in the numbers of stray dogs on London streets. And this is clearly an animal welfare issue, but it is also potentially also a public safety concern as well. The data is very clear. Battersea's intake of stray dogs has almost doubled since 2021, and the majority of these dogs are not actually strays, but in fact they have been purposefully abandoned by somebody, sometimes tied to a fence, lots of them tied outside on the railings outside Battersea, sometimes pregnant cats with their kittens, sometimes just the kittens. I visited yesterday and saw kittens without mothers 2 or 3 weeks old that they're hand rearing because they've just been abandoned on the street, and met a 2 to 3 month old puppy who was leaping around and has started to be socialised. But, you know, these are really difficult situations. And some of them are really tiny dogs, some of them are enormous dogs. There's absolutely the whole range of dogs, from retired greyhounds through to a Maltese. And the increase in stray dogs is as a direct consequence, really, of what happened during lockdown, when lots of people bought puppies particularly, and also now the cost of living crisis and dog ownership having risen during the COVID period, during the pandemic, when people decided that having a dog was what they wanted, and are now really struggling. Perhaps the animals weren't properly socialised and were kept at home too long and weren't properly trained. So there's a lot of dogs coming in, and there's also been an increase in breeding of dogs, so there's more and more dogs around. So the motion outlines 2 practical steps that it's asking should be taken to address this issue. First, public space protection orders, or PSPOs as they're sometimes called, can be used by local authorities. And local authorities have a massive role now to play in the sphere of picking up stray dogs. They are virtually alone in their responsibility now in that. And secondly, the motion talks about promoting microchipping. Almost all of the dogs turning up in Battersea and other shelters are not microchipped. It doesn't talk about neutering, but obviously another way to address this issue is to ensure that the public understand that if you get a pet, it is part of responsible pet ownership to get your animal chipped.
Thank you very much.
Microchipping is a legal requirement, but PSPOs must be used safely by local authorities, and some are over-enforcing. I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Seconder, are you formally seconding, or are you going to speak?
Could I speak?
Okay.
Thank you. The rapid rise in the number of stray dogs in London is both sad and worrying. And the examples that Assembly Member Cooper gave actually are just very, very heartbreaking. As somebody who's owned by 3 cats, I found the issue of 2 to 3 week old kittens just being abandoned very difficult. It's a concern for animal welfare and a public safety risk that there are so many stray dogs. As Assembly Member Cooper has just outlined, it's shocking that so many stray dogs are purposefully abandoned. This motion sets out steps that we can take to address this growing problem. We do need to do more to raise awareness that microchipping is a legal requirement, and it's an affordable way to prevent strays, as it helps to identify dogs and to trace owners. And PSPOs are one of a number of tools that can be used to tackle strays and promote animal welfare, but need to be used with discretion. I was pleased to join Assembly Member Cooper at her event today with Battersea Cats and Dogs Home, where these issues were discussed, and thank you to Battersea for being there today. This motion calls on the Mayor to work with partners, for example, London boroughs, the third sector, the Met Police, to do more to address the rise in stray dogs. I urge the Assembly to support this motion. Thank you.
Assembly Member Hall.
I'm going to be very quick. Thank you so much for bringing this motion to us. It's such an important thing. I apologise I couldn't come. To be honest, I'd have been in floods of tears. All too often, us humans do not deserve these animals. Thank you, ladies, for bringing this. We will certainly be supporting.
Okay, any other contributions? Wilson?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Assembly Member Cooper, for tabling this motion. Thank you also for hosting the event this morning. This afternoon. Funny things that time does to us, doesn't it? Which with the representatives of Battersea, and of course it was fascinating to hear their stories, and as Assembly Member Hall said, often quite heartbreaking to hear the way that some of these poor defenceless animals have been treated, and it's great that Battersea exists to give them hope and give us hope that we can deal with them better. Now, as a dog owner myself, and I'd like to think a reasonably responsible one, this is a subject that is very, very close to my heart. So I truly welcome these efforts to raise awareness of the growing problem of strays and abandonments, and I applaud most strongly those working in Battersea and in local authorities to address and deal with the consequences of this growing problem. And I also welcome the other part of the motion that calls for local authorities' policies to be consistent, fair and proportionate. Dogs need to have the time and space to behave as dogs, and that inevitably needs or includes the ability and the opportunity to run off-lead. I would congratulate most strongly the East London Dog Community Group in pushing back against the worst excesses of Tower Hamlets' proposed PSPO last year. Very happy to support this motion in its entirety.
Okay, those in favour, please show.
I assume there was no signing off, Chair.
Sorry, no, yeah. You don't
Is that unanimous?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I believe that's
We don't want
unanimous,
summing
Chair.
up.
Thank you.
On this occasion, I didn't think we were moving, but I'm sorry to take away
my
yours.
summing up is, if you get the chance, go to Battersea or your nearest shelter and do what you can to support their work. And particularly in the run-up to Christmas, I think I don't need to remind people you can adopt a rescue rather than puppies and kittens.
I apologise to Assembly Member Cooper on the summing up issue. Can I bring in Assembly Member Hall to move a motion on justice for grooming gang victims? We have an alteration I think she's going to advise us on, and we've still got potentially
And we have got
an amendment.
As well, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I think you've all got a copy of the alteration. It isn't a lot, but it's just a slight amount. I hope that you all agree with that. Just to say, I won't go through a big speech. You all know how I feel about these rape gangs, grooming gangs. You all know how distressed I was, and indeed the victims were, when they didn't get the answers, and we're not getting the answers that we need. I have to tell you, it's the tip of the iceberg. After that January meeting, I cannot tell you how many various phone calls I've had. I've met with very many of these victims. It has been going on for years, but it is still going on now. We cannot ignore it. This keeps coming up and then it dies down and the press and everybody else walk away from it. Well, I don't think they're going to this time, and they cannot. We're not talking about perpetrators as such. We're talking about paedophiles. That's what we're talking about. Some of these girls are 14, 15. Some of them are even younger than that. Their lives have been absolutely wrecked. We must have a national inquiry on this. It's been an utter disgrace the way it's just been kicked into the long grass. I will not stop going on about this. Obviously, my focus is on London, and I'm unfortunately having to direct people that are contacting me from all over the country back to other people, because the situation is London is so bad. But we do need this inquiry. We really do, and I do hope you will support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Assembly Member Giorgio to second?
Second, and I'll reserve my right to speak for this moment.
Okay, and then can I ask Assembly Member Wilson to move his amendment?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Assembly Member Hall, for tabling this motion. We know it's a subject that you're very, very passionate about, and we saw that again earlier on this afternoon. I welcome the motion. I absolutely welcome the sentiment behind it and almost all of the wording. I don't need to spend much time repeating what we've already heard, both in the Q&A earlier and in the discussion we've had so far. But suffice to say, I am horrified by the stories we've heard. I too have been approached by whistleblowers who have made it clear that this is happening in London. and I'm therefore equally horrified by the Mayor's previous attempts to obfuscate and suggest that it hasn't been happening in London in the same way as it has been happening elsewhere. Ultimately, we all want answers, and from that, accountability. But where I differ from the original motion is the mechanism to make it happen. Initially, the government was only prepared to allow a handful of hyper-localised inquiries. Then they were dragged reluctantly, kicking and screaming, into conceding that because of the scale of the problem, a national approach was required. Yet nearly a year on, the national inquiry is dead in the water. Several members of the Victims and Survivors Liaison Panel have resigned. It has no chair, it has no terms of reference, and it therefore has no future. The preamble text of the original motion actually makes my argument for me in that case, because it shows the failings of the existing approach. So that's why we'd like to suggest an alternative approach to get this up and running, a parliamentary commission to take over the investigation so it can be done more quickly and in the full glare of both Parliament and the media, instead of an opportunity for the government to kick the can down the road. It would have the power to compel witnesses to give evidence under oath. So let's get on with this, get the answers we, but most importantly, the victims need and deserve. Thank you.
Okay, Assembly Member Prince to second.
I so second and reserve my right. Thank you.
Okay. Any other contributions? Sorry, bring you in. Do you want to do it now?
Forgive me. Do I talk about the amendment?
You can share a view on the amendment of whether you would accept or not going to accept. That would might be helpful to people.
Okay, I like to be helpful from time to time. Talking about the amendment, a parliamentary commission is the National Reform Party policy. It has been criticised by the legal profession as not workable. Those with knowledge of Parliament say it wouldn't work. Having Parliament investigate is not what the victims equally have asked for. So we must get this right to get victims the justice. And this reform amendment would not do that properly. We have altered the original because we agree with Labour, and we were quite happy to change some of it because we must get this motion through. It's so important. But my group will not be supporting the amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Georgiou.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't be as polite about Assembly Member Wilson's amendment as Assembly Member Hall was. How desperately sad. You had two hours, you had plenty of time to get into the grooming gangs discussion with the Mayor of London. You could have come to Assembly Member Hall, you could have gone to the other political groups and said, why don't we try and improve this? But instead, you're going with the national position to support your mates in Westminster. Quite frankly, that's not how business is done in the London Assembly. And quite frankly, I wouldn't trust Westminster politicians with this, with a parliamentary commission. I wouldn't go near and barge, maybe Lord Bailey over here, but that's about it. You know, reform, and I'm disappointed with Assembly Member Prince. He should take over as leader, quite frankly, from Assembly Member Wilson. I would say the same sort of politics they're playing now is exactly the sort of politics that the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, was playing with Assembly Member Hall back in July. Extremely disappointing. We are talking about 9,000 cases, and I hear what the Commissioner had to say, that number may flex over time. So I would just remind the Assembly, and I hope this is still a position moving forward, that the Conservative amendment, as outlined in the motion, so I won't go all over it, we did want £122 million additional funding, but 4.5 million of that to go into a London grooming gang inquiry, which I'm sure, you know, all right, we may differ about the amounts, but fundamentally, I hope we can all agree this is what we should be doing. So I would say, through you, Mr. Chairman, that I'm so glad the impression that I've gotten is that the Conservatives and Labour are taking leadership on this. I can't speak for my colleagues over here, but it's sad that reform hasn't. So, and they're playing party politics. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you, Chair. Well, you know what they say, if you're losing the argument, attack the person. I don't understand why the Tories are making this personal. We've put forward something that we believe is actually, although we've seen it from both parties recently this week about personal attacks on people, we believe that the victims deserve to have something that's going to work. We've seen that what's currently in place is completely not working, it's collapsed, and at least if, although it may be against some advice, if it was a parliamentary commission, they have the power to summons people, they must be listened to, and we believe that would be the best way forward, and it's just a shame that others are using politics to demean this, but thank you.
Assembly Member Wilson to sum up these amendments.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Assemblymember Hall, for being polite and constructive, and I hope that going forwards on a whole range of issues we can work constructively together. It's such a shame that your colleague doesn't extend the same courtesy. The reason we put forward the amendment is precisely because the existing inquiry is failing. We want to get things moving, we want to get things happen more quickly so we can get those answers. That's what it's about. It's not about party politics. It's about all of us coming together and getting the victims the answers and the accountability, and ultimately this will hopefully lead to prosecution, so those that have caused these outrageous offences will get held to account through the judicial system as well. But fundamentally, it's about getting something moving. That's what we need, that's what we want, that's why we tabled the amendment. If other members don't support it, that's of course up to them. Let's see where this leads.
Assembly Hall to sum up, if she chooses to.
I'll be very quick. I would urge people to support this. I don't care about the politics of this, it's these victims. I had a woman on the phone crying to me last night. This is frequent now. If you knew some of the stories, you would be, as me, in tears over them. So thank you. I hope you support this. We really must get this going. Thank you.
OK, so let's move.
Vote on the amendment, please, Chair. Can we see votes in favour of the amendment? That is 2 votes in favour. Can I ask for votes against the amendment, please? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm sorry, I can't see everyone's hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 votes against. Chair, that amendment falls. Please, can we have votes on the substantive motion as altered by Assemblymember Hall, please? Votes in favour? That is unanimous, I believe, Chair. Unanimous. Thank you very much, members.
Thank you very much. Let's move to the next motion, which is Transgender Day of Remembrance. Assemblymember Russell to move. This has been altered, and I believe members have seen copies of the altered motion.
That's correct. Yeah. OK, I wrote this motion thinking about my friend Charlie Kiss, a trans man who sadly died 3 years ago from an incurable lung condition. Charlie was an incredible person, a Greenham activist, the first trans man to stand for Parliament in 2015, and a brilliant advocate for the rights of trans people. Now, next week is Trans Day of Remembrance. It's a day for remembering the trans and gender diverse people who have lost their lives through horrific acts of anti-trans violence and hate. We remember people like Brianna Jai and Naomi Hersey and so many others whose names we may never even know. And importantly, Trans Day of Remembrance also honours the lives of people who have died by suicide, including trans activists such as Ellie Che and Sophie Williams. Trans people face unacceptable levels of violence and discrimination. These are not small acts of prejudice. This is a crisis of hate that targets a community already pushed to the margins. Many trans people are worried to do just everyday things that most of us take for granted, using a public toilet, going to work, seeing a doctor. In the years since Charlie died, we've seen a sharp increase in the transphobia in mainstream media discourse, with gender-critical ideology being used to challenge and intimidate inclusive institutions and organisations through litigation. The April 2025 Supreme Court ruling on the Equality Act 2010 in the For Women Scotland case has added to the hostile culture that trans people navigate daily. Under the Gender Recognition Act, a trans person is legally recognised in their gender and remains protected under the Equality Act of 2010. April's Supreme Court ruling did not mandate transphobia. Institutions can, and in my view should, be as inclusive as they wish to be in the services they deliver. In London, transphobic hate crimes have more than doubled in the past 5 years. 1 in 4 trans people have been homeless, and nearly half of all trans people have attempted suicide. So I hope you will all support this motion, asking the Mayor to work with the Minister for Women and Equalities to continue to raise the issues that the GLA found with the Supreme Court ruling, and to commit that the GLA family will remain an inclusive employer and public sector partner to the thousands of SMEs, charities, community interest companies and business groups it both works with and helps fund.
Thank you, Assembly Member Russell. Seconder, Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you. Assembly Member Boff was actually going to be seconding this motion, but unfortunately couldn't make it today. But I do want to commend him for being such a staunch ally for the trans community, taking a stand sometimes even against his own party. And I very much hope his fellow Conservatives will support this motion today in his absence. And I want to first echo everything said by Assembly Member Russell about the absolute needless tragedy of so many lives being lost to anti-trans violence and hatred. It's important that we all take a moment, both now and next Thursday, to remember that loss and to reflect on the terrible levels of despair, anxiety and fear in the trans community right now. They have been placed on the front line of a cruel, dangerous and dehumanising culture war. Their lives, their dignity, their rights have been turned into a political football, a subject for debate. And let me be very clear, trans rights are not up for debate because they are rights every single one of them, one of us deserves. The right to feel safe on public transport or walking down the street or going to the toilet or going to your GP or your school or your workplace. Nobody should have to live in a constant state of anxiety, fearing discrimination or violence simply for being who you are. So the Liberal Democrats support this motion wholeheartedly, and I hope everyone here will do the same. And I thank Assembly Member Russell for raising this.
Thank you. Open for debate on the floor. Anyone wishing to take part? OK, then I'm going to ask the summing up. If there's anything further that you wish to say, Assembly Member Russell.
I'd just like to say that trans rights are human rights, and I hope that everyone will vote for the motion.
OK, those in favour of the motion, please show.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 in favour, Chair.
Those against?
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 against, Chair. That is carried.
Okay.
As altered, Chair.
Let's move on to the next motion in the name of Assembly Member Best. Save our police counters.
Thank you, Chair. I make it right a lot of what the Mayor has said in the past months and today, that the world has changed. And I also make it right that we probably don't anymore need as many police stations as we once did. We don't need one on every street corner, accessible 24 hours a day. But I also do make him right in his manifesto last year, that the ballpark of where we need to be is a police station in every borough operating 24/7. And the thing I find really hard to countenance about these plans is they're not data-driven. This is a massive decision, and yet to make such a massive decision and not be able to tell us how many people use a station, to not tell us who those people are, and to not tell us why they are using it, we know is a massive flaw in decision-making. This is such a big decision to leave 5 boroughs with no police station at all, and to close 24-hour police stations in some of the busiest nighttime economies that we have in London. These are big decisions, and to be doing this on a hunch, which is essentially what the Mayor and the Commissioner are doing, is just not good enough. To make this decision without that data is startling. We know where we need to be. We know that the work that an open police counter does for keeping communities safe, for reversing the broken window effect. But also, many of us that have seen our police stations close know where this front counter's closed, know where this leads. And we know ultimately it leads to a closed police station, a place that I would hope nobody here wants us to be. And when I hear the budget for what the Met believe they're going to save in this, I can't believe that that isn't driven by a future plan of thinking that these stations are going to close. The concern to me as well is that we've talked a lot about the lack of data here. We haven't even got on to questions, for example, of where those people are going to report. We hear make a phone call, call 999. By the way, we don't mention that phone thefts have gone up by 50%. So if you want to report your phone being stolen at an open police station, would probably be quite handy. But I think if we do manage to make that call, we haven't even talked about the amount of stress that 99 operators are under at the moment, the intense load that they have to deal with. And the fact that we know that the police have already said that they can't even keep up with the amount of calls, the people calling for the wrong reasons. Imagine those people that go into the police stations. Imagine those people with those detailed cases. I'm sure you've all had those constituents that come with a file this big that they've taken to the police station. Imagine those people now instead trying to call a 999 operator. Imagine the jam on the lines there when we're trying to get people to go to emergencies. And let's not even begin to talk about what Labour want to do to London. They want to take substantial funding out of London. We're going to lose ASB teams. We're going to lose noise nuisance teams. These are people that now are not even going to have a police station to go through. Where we are going on this journey, it's scary to me. And the fact we're doing it without any data is even scarier. So I hope everybody here can support the motion as in front of them. Thank you.
Assembly Member Turrell to second.
I so second and reserve my right to speak.
Okay, open for debate. Assembly Member Irani.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to echo that Londoners do deserve accessible, visible policing in every borough and acknowledge that reducing the front counter hours or closing them altogether does undermine that principle. But we cannot support this motion because it leaves out some important context for the sake of intentionally scoring political points against the Mayor in particular, and its asks are also incorrect. To ask the Mayor to publish the estate strategy, for example, is not something that's in its gift, and we've already heard from the Commissioner that that will come forward from the Commissioner and the Met Police itself in a few weeks. The motion also ignores the fact that the Met has been under enormous financial pressure since the onset of austerity in 2010, and in which they've had to make enormous savings. But during that same period, the then Mayor, Boris Johnson, refused to raise the policing precept, which means it's got less funding than it should do if we look at police funding today. The Met was forced to sell police buildings simply to fund frontline policing over those 14 years, including closing police stations during that time as well. But the choices to reduce or close front counters are as a direct consequence or build-up of those decisions as well by Conservative administration, both at City Hall and also Westminster as well. We share the concern that Londoners have in terms of accessing police services, and that should not be compromised, but real accountability means recognising that the root cause of these issues lies in those years of austerity. Thank you.
Okay, I've got Assembly Member Lord Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. If you are at home and you're new to this, you could be forgiven for thinking, if you listen to Assemblymember Harani, that the Mayor hadn't been the Mayor for 8 years. Mm-hmm. You could be forgiven for thinking that the government, the previous government, never gave the Mayor any money at all. Let's be very, very, very clear about it. We've had the same Mayor for 8 years. It's no longer plausible to say these cuts belong to somebody else. When you make a cut, you have to take the responsibility for it. And anybody listening to this who ever heard the words tough decisions, they're cuts. They're cuts and they're political decisions. If you listen to my colleague speak earlier on, Assemblymember Emma Best, she made the point that is salient here. They're being done on a hunch, which lets you know they are political choices. There's no data to back these up. Let's be very clear about that. And when the Mayor talks about his extra investment in policing, that's money that the government gave to him. In most cases, a Conservative government. So if you're sat at home now wondering why the Conservatives cut, no, it's the Mayor of London, your Labour Mayor of London. Yeah. He's not making tough choices, he's making cuts. Yes, there is a reality to how much money there is in policing. I accept that. Everybody accepts that. My colleagues on this side of the chamber have always supported even this mayor to get more money out of the government, even our own government, towards policing. But please do not sit at home and listen to Mr. Assemblymember Harani as if it's only the cuts that came from us. These cuts have come from a Labour mayor. He's facing a tough opposition, I accept that, but they're cuts he made, they're a political decision made between him and the police service. Do not sit at home and be bamboozled by this nonsense.
Assemblymember Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I don't think you need to even go back as far as 8 years, as Assemblymember Lord Bailey says. You only need to go back as far as the last election, when the Mayor stood on a manifesto to keep open a 24/7 police front counter in every single borough. Yeah. A manifesto which the Labour group opposite all went out and campaigned on. It was something... They knew what the extent of the financial issues were for the Metropolitan Police. This was not a black hole which suddenly appeared overnight. They knew that there was going to be very difficult spending decisions. And yet, out they went on the doorstep saying, we will keep open the 24/7 police front counter in every borough. And now we seem to be thinking that it is some great saving, that we're looking at having a 60% cut, that you're managing to keep 40% of what was promised. Not only just 40%, 32 front counters across the entirety of London are now going to be reduced down to 2. 24/7 front counters for the entirety of London, including Charing Cross Police Station, which has itself been subject to some of the most outrageous claims and lurid behaviour from its officers stationed there. How anybody who's going to be looking for support in the middle of the night will feel confident about going to Charing Cross is really quite beyond me. So what this asks for, and in response to Assemblymember Harani, you could have come forward with an amendment to this. You could have tabled an amendment here in this chamber about what you would have liked to have seen in the motion, which would have been able to us all to get behind it. But what we need to do is try and keep the Mayor to his promises. He said, as I said just 2 days ago, that he is a mayor that keeps his promises. He's not keeping his promises to London on this, and it is our job to make sure that he does. Thank you.
Assemblymember Garbett.
Thank you. I just want to quickly state why we're going to be abstaining from the motion, although I'm really positive about the joint scrutiny we've been doing across groups through committee, especially sharing your concerns on the lack of consultation, lack of equalities impact assessment, and the fourth bullet point pushing for the impact. But I can't support the 3 calls that I don't think are in the Mayor's direct powers, so we're going to be abstaining on the motion. Thanks.
Assemblymember Keith Prince.
Oh, you could have kept going, you'd have been correct. Thank you, Chair. Look, as I think has been said in the past, the police stations are not just about reporting crime. Other things happen there. The public go there for other reasons, and also criminals or past criminals have to go there and report as well. So none of those figures are included when they look at what the use of the police stations are. So I think there's a bit of jiggery-pokery going on there. Of course, there is the other theory that this is a cynical move by the Mayor to enable him to claim that he's reduced crime even more, because without people reporting the crimes at the police station, there'll be a reduction in the number of reported crimes, ergo, job done and a bit of dosh saved on the side. I think it's extremely convenient, isn't it, that the socialists here to my right, funny place to find them, have been able to find a minor technical detail as a reason not to support it. But it looks like the Greens have jumped onto that bandwagon as well. But I don't see how the socialists can blame the Tories for their own Rachel from accounts, who has been starving the police of resources. And let's just see, you know, the Mayor said how wonderful things are going to be under a new Labour government, how they're going to be back in London. Let's see how much money Rachel comes up with for London in a few weeks' time. Thank you.
Assemblymember Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. And this is a motion that I welcome in its entirety, and I think it's a good example of where we can work together, hopefully without any further childish snipes from some members.
No, guarantee that.
I know I've only been here since last year, but this is the subject on which I've had more correspondence than any other. And I think that's for 2 reasons. Firstly, because police and crime is such an important issue for Londoners. So many Londoners are concerned about rising crime. They want to feel safe on the streets, and yet all they see from this mayor is policing in retreat. Secondly, because the overt breach of such a high-profile manifesto pledge goes to the heart of why so many people now are losing faith in the political process. We have politicians who get elected saying one thing and then doing another, and that's exactly what we've seen from this mayor. So we've seen both petitions presented at this meeting focused on this issue because it's such an important issue. We know what the mayor's response will be because he never listens to us anyway, but that's no reason to stop asking the question. So I would have hoped that on this crucial issue, the whole Assembly could speak as one and ask the mayor and the Met to think again. Thank you.
Assembly Member Turrell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm disappointed that the Greens will be abstaining on this important motion. Given they're a party that keeps telling everyone they want to replace the Labour Party, how can you replace the Labour Party when you're nothing more than a sub-branch of it? So, this is a community... This is a policy that makes the police... This is a policy that makes the police more distant from the communities they serve. It's a policy that ignores reality. It's been based on as a lack of data proving it. Here's some data that proves how I'm listening. Both Bexley Heath and Bromley police stations, since they became their borough's only 24-hour police station, Bromley has seen an 88% increase in crimes reported daily. Bexley Heath has seen a 44% increase. These closures will hurt areas with growing and thriving nighttime economies, and it is based in the belief that crime somehow respects business hours. But it's not just about the business case. Closing police front counters at night has a disproportionate impact on vulnerable groups such as domestic abuse survivors. But this is Bromley wasn't on the original list to have its front counter closed or reduced, but it somehow snuck its way on. The mayor must have realised he missed it when he went round. But this is the second time he's come after Bexley Heath police station. He tried to close it in 2017. Now he's coming after its front counter. The Conservatives in Bexley defeated him last time and defeated these, and they stand ready to do so again, with over 5,400 people already signing Louis French's petition against these closures. But this isn't just an attack on community safety. It's not just something that will harm community safety. It's about keeping promises. The mayor stood on an election promise to keep a 24-hour police front counter in each borough. He should keep that promise.
Assembly Member Best, to sum up.
Thank you. I just think that the funny thing I hear today is when it's Conservative decisions, it's cuts. When it's Labour decisions, it's tough choices. But actually, what this is nothing to do with tough choices. It's bad decisions. Bad decisions has led Labour and the Mayor to this point. And I come to Assembly Member Harani's strange reasons for not wanting to support this, but essentially it came down to that we were asking the Mayor to do something he couldn't. Well, he is the Police and Crime Commissioner. No, he can instruct the Met to work on stuff and say, get the estate strategy out, just so you're aware. Anything that you want, the buck stops with him. Your second concern seemed to be that we didn't talk about police funding in Conservative years enough. But as Assembly Member Roberts mentioned, you didn't put an amendment in. And I presume you didn't put an amendment in because you can't actually find a year in which police funding was any less under Sadiq Khan's terms. I presume you didn't put an amendment in because the Assistant Commissioner sat there and said all these problems arose from the funding from the Labour settlement in late 2024. And I presume you didn't put in an amendment on funding because we put in an amendment in the budget process to put an extra £120 million into the Met Police, which you voted down. So I presume that is why you can say those nice words, but there was no amendment and no words on paper to back it up. Assemblymember Garbett, I am very disappointed with you. That was very weak words, and although I'm sometimes not entirely supportive of the things that I do, I think to thrust in the right direction is the best thing, and I'm upset that that is not what you have chosen to do today in the Green Group. But look, to come down to it, we've talked about the number of petitions that are running. We've got 3,000 signatures now in Chingford about ours. This has really lit a fire in communities. This is extremely important to them. But as has been mentioned, this is about broken promises as well. It's something the Mayor said he wanted to achieve in 2017, 2019, 2021, 2022, 2024. And he's been caught out breaking this promise. He broke his promise on hiring officers. He broke his promise on ULEZ. He's broken his promise on the police stations. He broke his promise on being a Swiftie. What other promises is he going to break with Londoners?
They're over time. Thank you. Right, we're now going to move to vote. Those in favour of the motion, please show.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in favour, Chair.
Those who, let's cut to the chase. Those who wish to abstain, please show. Abstentions.
You can record abstentions if you would like to. Do you want to record abstentions?
We're just, I think we should. We're abstaining. Yep. Okay, thank you very much. That's carried.
Sorry, I haven't actually counted. Do you want me to count abstentions? So can I just clarify? No votes against.
There's
There are no votes
against. There's no votes against. Is there? Yeah. Fine. If you don't want it, I just think we should show where we are. I'm not worried
Any
about
member
abstaining.
can record abstentions on behalf of their own group if they would like to. So
Okay. Right, so let's move on then. It's carried, it's there. The Tories have their moment. I'm still looking for the smelling stoats of being called a socialist, which I haven't for a long time been called that, but thank you. The authoritarian nature in me. Let's move to the next motion. In the name of Assembly Member Rowley, to move.
Thank you, Chair. I strongly welcome the government's national commitment to give 16 and 17-year-olds a vote in time for the next general election. This makes good on a manifesto pledge, which we've spoken a lot about at this meeting, which will help modernise and renew our democracy. While it's significant progress to make this change for the next general election, obviously the London election has a set date in 2028, and we haven't heard any update about whether this will be in place for the next London elections as well. So I see no reason why these changes can't be made in time for the next London elections in 2028. It gives us plenty of time for it to be implemented. And I've been fortunate enough to regularly engage with young people at schools and colleges across my constituency, and all Assembly members have seen the excitement that young people have in visiting City Hall. In my experience, young people are just as engaged, if not more, and informed on the political process as anyone else. And I regularly receive insightful and challenging questions that people would like me to raise to the Mayor from young people as well. Already 16-year-olds can vote at other devolved bodies, such as in Scotland and Wales, and Scotland provides a great example of how lowering the voting age can inspire civic engagement and improve the health of democracy, but also instill those early habits of voting so that people can continue to vote throughout their lives. I strongly welcome the changes that this government is making to the national curriculum also, which includes making citizenship compulsory in primary for the first time and strengthening the subject throughout secondary as well. This means that primary school pupils will receive education on democracy, law and rights and climate education to ensure that they have the tools to make informed decisions when voting as well. This Assembly, also on a cross-party basis, has a positive track record of engaging with the London Youth Assembly as well, and wouldn't it be great if we could actually convey to them our support that their peers and themselves as young people are valued and should and can vote at the next elections as well. So I hope and I urge the Chamber will all support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to Assembly Member Russell to second.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so votes at 16, this has been a Green Party policy for a very long time, and having it in place for the 2028 elections would be fantastic. Young people engage with us, with our group, regularly on topics that matter to them: climate, trans rights, the bus they take to school, and lots of other things. So I think it's only right that we include them in the system, and if the government is planning to have votes at 16 by the next general election, we really should try and get it in place for the next London election so they can have their say on the way our city is run. So the Greens will be voting in favour.
Okay, so now we're open to debate. Does anyone wish to participate? Okay, we're moving to summing up. I'm going back to Assembly Member Rowley.
Thank you. There's no responses for me to sum up or come back to be honest. So,
those in favour?
This is on the basis of the altered version.
Of the altered, sorry, I should have mentioned that. So those in favour of the altered motion, please show.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 votes in favour, Chair. Votes against? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 votes against, Chair. That's carried.
Okay, the next motion has been withdrawn. That was in the name of Assembly Member Cooper. Are we now moving on to motion 3.7 in the name of Assembly Member Bakari?
Thank you, Chair and colleagues. Every week, my inbox fills with messages from firefighters about racism, misogyny and homophobia that they have been subjected to. And quite frankly, it's really hard to hear it, the pain that they're going through. 3 years ago, this month, Nasir Afzal's independent review laid bare the truth. Institutional misogyny, racism and homophobia in the London Fire Brigade exists, and these are not minor issues, not isolated incidents. It's institutional. We know there's a problem, and since that review, our own fire committee has also heard the testimony of firefighters directly who had painted a deeply troubling picture of inexcusable behaviour continuing and going unpunished. In fact, the London Fire Brigade still cannot confirm a single dismissal for racism, misogyny or homophobia since the AFSEL review was conducted. And as for the Professional Standards Unit, the very body meant to address these issues, firefighters simply don't trust it. They told the committee directly they fearful that the confidentiality, they doubt fairness, and we found it under-resourced, suffering significant delays and critically lacking independence. Now, many firefighters also told us they didn't trust the union to support them. The threshold for the union to take up the cases is too high and essentially absent when they need it most. So they're alone, reporting into a system they don't believe in, without the backing they deserve. So forgive me if I'm not reassured that change in any real sense is underway. We have to see action. We have to check back in. And we cannot simply take people's words for it when firefighters are telling us a completely different story. That's why this motion calls for what is simply standard practice, a follow-up review. That's what responsible oversight looks like. And I have personally spoken to Nasir Afzal, who is willing to return. He wants to do this, to assess progress made, or otherwise through a targeted review with interviews, focus groups and data analysis. This isn't a radical demand. It's basic common sense to check up on progress. So I ask all of you to support this motion, demand the review, turn the spotlight back on. We owe it to the firefighters with more than just warm words. We owe them action, accountability and genuine change. Thank you.
Moving to the seconder, Assembly Member Roberts.
I'll reserve my right to speak, Chair.
Okay, opened for debate. Assembly Member Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just a little bit surprised by this motion. I mean, I'm sure as the former chair of the committee will recall, at the time she was chairing, that group that was met with by the committee was described by the committee itself as small and self-selecting, which is in contrast to the comprehensive approach that an HMI takes. Now, not to say that those experiences aren't valid, because they very much are, but when the HMI reviews a fire brigade, they look at it systematically. And so this motion is quite concerning. I mean, as you know, the independent culture review was published in 2022. It was Andy Rowe, the then commissioner, who commissioned the report himself because he wanted external people to come in and look at the fire brigade, and they indeed interviewed over 2,000 firefighters. It had the full support of the mayor, and the review, as we all know, found the brigade to be institutionally racist, homophobic, and Islamophobic. We absolutely stand with everybody who has experienced discrimination at work and support the Fire Brigade's efforts in establishing a fair process. The Fire Committee has continued to work hard to scrutinize the brigade as they push forward culture change. The brigade's response to the culture review included establishing an independent complaint process led by the new Professional Standards Union. I remark that this is the first of its kind in its sector, and it was very much brought forward with the views of the union and the fire brigade and firefighters themselves. So detailed was the culture review. The PSU has been operating since 2024, so it's a year old, and I think it's premature to claim that there are ongoing concerns with a brand new unit. The motion calls to explore alternative structures, but doesn't actually suggest any, rather than building trust in the PSU, which again is only a year old and the first in its sector. As worded, the motion undermines the work of the PSU, rather than continuing to drive forward the culture change that we all want to see in the fire brigade. The Labour group will be voting against this motion and will continue
Chair, the time is up.
Okay, but we're continuing to support institutional change.
Thank you. Any other contributions? No, sorry, Assembly Member Turrell.
Thank you, Chair. The Conservative Group will also be voting against this motion and share many of the concerns with the motion that Assembly Member Clark has just outlined. Both Assembly Member Hall and I, as members of the Fire Committee, sit through the same meetings, hear the same testimonies, but we also heard both from the former Commissioner and the current Commissioner, and we are reassured that he is taking this seriously, that he is making and that he wants to drive the change that this motion strives to. As a result, we'll be opposing it. We're also particularly uncomfortable with the motion linking the work going on with the London Fire Brigade to what BBC Panorama exposed in the police, and would therefore not support. And one final concern that has come up as of yesterday is the further involvement of Nazir Aflaq, who yesterday tweeted that Hitler had 6 million mainly white people killed, the most evil man that lived. Leopold of Belgium had at least 10 million black people killed, never heard of him. Wonder why. We do not think this is somebody who can lead an independent review into this and carry the confidence of everyone. And therefore, the suggestion of further involvement of him in this is why we will be opposing this motion.
Okay. Going back to, I think we're into summing up. Sorry, yes, Assembly Member Roberts. Apologies.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think we should learn the lessons of the Panorama expose, to be frank. We took the police out of special measures. We had a Metropolitan Police Commissioner who was bearing down on, cracking down on bad behaviour, outrageous behaviour from Metropolitan Police officers. And yet it took an undercover investigation to spotlight the fact that this was still going on, not just going on in the Met, but at the very same police station where these practices have been uncovered before. I think it would show a degree of complacency on the part of this Assembly if we were simply to accept the fact that the current Commissioner for the Fire Brigade is looking to crack down on these practices. To suggest nefarious motives on the parts of individuals is I would suggest, wrong, and he's not here to defend himself. I would hope that Assembly Member Torra might wish to withdraw those comments, but probably not.
No. Appalling thing to say. There's a quote.
This is simply asking us to make sure that we are confident, that we are seeing the correct, proportionate response to what is a major concern for many Londoners. It is what we are here to do. And I would only ask that people would support this motion. It doesn't ask for anything outrageous. It just asks to make sure that we are doing the job which we are here to do, which is to ensure that those groups, those bodies which we are here to scrutinise are scrutinised properly and scrutinised by this entire Assembly, not just one of its committees. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to ask Assembly Member Bakari to sum up.
I simply say this. Look at the evidence. I have consistently asked the Commissioner for evidence. I have asked again and again the past Commissioner and the current Commissioner for evidence to say that they have dismissed anyone on regards of racism, misogyny and homophobia, and they cannot confirm one dismissal. And it's disappointing that I'm having to do this motion because of that evidence, but it is clear we have got firefighters who are complaining about the process, talking about their lives in a way that is incredibly traumatic, having to listen to some of the firefighters talk to me about the mental health trauma that they go through, the suicidal thoughts that they go through. I cannot ignore that. That is why I'm doing this motion today. And Nazir Afzal has had the same experience. He went through that process during the first review, and he said that to us in that room about how disturbing it was to hear about the misogyny and the racism and the homophobia. And I have had to listen to that too. Again and again. I'm not going to ignore them. And they have every right to be heard, which is why I brought this motion forward. I'm very disappointed to hear some of the views, because it is actually quite upsetting. I want to do this because they have asked for a review, and I hope that we really do consider this carefully. And the way we work as an assembly is always cross-party. I'm very considerate of that in terms of the committee work and also how I chaired that committee, and I hope that we all work together on that with a report that was pushing for change, but that change hasn't happened. And this is why we have to move forward. And in fact, the fact that Nazir Afzal agrees with this and wants to do this just shows the reason that behind why this is so important, and also why I think the firefighters will really appreciate your support. So I'm sorry to get a little bit emotional about it, but that's how I feel.
OK, those in favour of the motion, please show.
Those are 1, 2, 3, 4 votes in favour, Chair.
Those against, please show.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 votes against, Chair. That falls. OK, right. That's the end of the motions for this session. Can I thank the members for their cooperation during this? It was a difficult time. We've still got some business to do. Chair,
so,
could we, we've just gone past 5:30. Could we just perhaps extend the meeting for another 5 minutes just to get the rest of the business done?
We can do.
Thank you.
Well, if we do it quickly, let's get on with it. Item 8. The Assembly is asked to note the commitments made by the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, during the London Assembly Mayor's Question Time meeting held on May 2025 and October 2025. Can we agree to recommendations? OK, item 9. Review of allocations of Assembly Committee seats and related matters. The Assembly is asked to A. Note the requirements to review the allocation of Assembly Committee seats following the change in the Assembly's political balance and having had regard to the rules of political proportionality that apply to allocation of seats and the guidance from the Executive Director of the Assembly Secretariat as to the numbers and allocations between political party groups of seats, both on an overall basis, and for each committee and body established agreed to allocate seats in accordance to the tabled Appendix 2. Item B, agree to appoint the members set out in the tabled Appendix 2 to the committees indicated for the remainder of 2025-26 Assembly years. C, note that all members of each establishment Assembly party groups are authorised to act as substitute members for any other members of their group at all ordinary committees. And D, agree to the change in the terms of reference for the Economy, Culture and Skills Committee highlighted in the tabled Appendix 2, and note that the terms of reference for all other ordinary committees and the chairing and deputy chairing arrangements for 2025-26 Assembly year remain as currently agreed. Can we agree the recommendations? Agreed. Item 10, future meetings of the Assembly. It is proposed that the London Assembly uses the plenary meeting held at 10 a.m. on the 4th of December principally to hold a question and answer session on the work and policies of housing and planning with the following invited guests: Jules Pipe, CBE, Deputy Mayor for Planning, Regeneration and the Fire Service; Tom Copley, Deputy Mayor for Housing and Residential Development; Tim Steer, Executive Director for Housing and Land; and Lucinda Turner, Assistant Director of Planning and Regeneration. Can we agree with the recommendation? The next item 11, the next meeting of the London Assembly is scheduled for Mayor's Question Time meeting that will take place at 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 20th of November, in the Chamber at City Hall. 12. Any other business the Chair considers urgent? No. I now declare this meeting closed.
Right down the end. Oh. Either side.
So were you both backing each other up, yeah?
Yeah? In what way? What do you mean?
There's two of you in a pen.
One wire, one getting.
It's cock off tonight, is it?
Is
Who's
it?
going to shoot it better?
What?
I'll be looking first thing in the morning.
That's fine, don't worry. Send me a text in the morning, say great stuff, and I know it's in code, you know. Send us some code messages in the morning. Will's always like, you guys can be in the pen together, but you cannot be together. Good night. How's the last few weeks been at work?
Good, yeah. Just busy, like really busy, very busy, and it doesn't seem to be like I'm finishing like mid-December for like a month, but I'm slammed right up until I go.
Well, you saw my message in the emails today. I was trying to say to him, look, like, I need like you got me on 7 days straight at the moment.
Yeah.
Do you want
man,
that?
I've just been.
Do you want that? Or do you want me to? I need a break before I go to Doha. I'll come back. I think I come back and I kind of off for like a few days. I guarantee I won't be off because it will be Red Sea prep. Those things pop up. Yeah, I know what you mean. Then Red Sea. I come back from there on the 14th, and then how's everything on the missus? At the moment, good. She's not very well. She's very suffering. Like not morning sickness, like 4 days sickness. Nice over. Okay now, but she's okay. Yeah. Yeah, she'll be alright. Hopefully. Nice winter jacket. Nice new winter jacket. That's too really close. The most, like, the coldest one is minus 25%. Wow. It won't be minus 25. Not really. But it could be a repeat of. Excuse me, mate. People, it's on live, it's right. I know, I am. Thanks, I get big spots there. Straight up! One more in the middle here, please. Your right, please. TikTok Central here. To your right, please. Showing many. Yeah, somebody feel bad and care, yeah. And to your right, please. One more in the centre, please. Thank you. I just really don't understand, why they just here in the centre, please. Thank you. Three of them at the same time on this car. To your right, please. Can we clear the...
I don't know if it's possible for you. I just thought if you go low and then at least you wouldn't.
Oh yeah, mate, I will do. Yeah, am I on your way here?
No. I just wonder in the heat of the moment, like
when the people come, I'll be low.
Oh, no worries. I just want to dodge any. Yeah. Calm. Thanks, mate.
To your right. Here to your right, please. Yeah, that's it.
Your right, please.
Guys, can you come back? One guy. Every mate sitting in the road. Yeah. There's nowhere like gather. Right. You right here, please. You right here, please. Huh? I've been a couple of times. Didn't spend too much time. It was always just sort of like somewhere that you land before you go somewhere else in California rather than somewhere. I don't like that. Yeah. So, yeah, we were there last few March, and it was great fun to do a road trip. Didn't spend too much time in LA. No, I've been up in New York and LA. Yeah. Well, like permanent job. Yeah. I'm trying to. I haven't given my answer yet. I'm just going to try to handle the salary and pay well. Yeah. Well, they offered me. I mean, it was a bit under my expectations. Nice healthcare as well. Yeah, they pay for they pay for visa and healthcare, but apparently our company's healthcare is not amazing. If they don't go for their healthcare, then apparently they pay $3,600 a year. You're right here, please.
Sorry.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, yeah, and they offered me. You drive? Here, please. Yeah. Of course, yeah. No, I'll definitely need to buy a car as soon as I land. Yeah. And hence I'm just trying to I haven't asked for it yet. I've got my email, but I haven't sent it yet. I'm sure they pay car allowance.
To your right, please.
Decent car allowance. If you relocate from someone to LA, you can pay car allowance. And
like,
yeah,
I'm not like some
are you
guy
working
who
in
already
LA
there.
every day as well? Like around
They offered me the job on West Coast regional.
Look to your right, please.
So I can basically just pick and choose my jobs all around the West Coast.
I would say, you haven't lived in LA, you can live outside LA.
The contract says Los Angeles.
Yeah.
So I'm just, I think they want me to be basically and no matter what you do, you still got to do a fair amount of premiers. So, you know, unfortunately, that's the bread and butter.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I imagine.
To your right, please.
I mean, I am married. Funny enough, we got married in Vegas.
To your right.
Yeah, she works in post-production. So outside of London, you know, the best place that she can work is California, right? But the thing is, it's just so difficult to get, you know, like, work visa, you know, like, for her. But for me, the company can get the foreign journalist visa. You know, I don't know what we would do for her to, you know, to be able to share her work to work in the post-production studios there. There are a lot of post-production studios that, you know, provide work permit issue. So I just, like, hence I'm just a little bit sort of, I don't want to say troubled, but like,
so you're going to get, you can go, how long is it? 5 years?
That's your right, please.
Right down the middle. I don't know entirely because I was waiting to see I went to DC like 5-6 years ago maybe. He was just telling me that apparently the foreign journalist visa is going to change, so you need to renew it every 8 months.
Shit.
So I don't know. I guess it's myself. There was a New York job, but it was just, I mean, I didn't even start it, for some money they would offer.
You don't know how to
it would never go. Here? Yeah, I think I would need to do that. But the thing is, my missus just about to start a 55-week contract to work one of the productions in Shepperton. So she definitely can't move for 55 weeks. So that just means that, you know, like even if I go, I would need to go by myself for like for a year, and she would, you know, she would just keep living in our flat and pay the bills. It's just expensive, isn't it? And in LA it's expensive as well.
That's your right, please. And that's your right.
I would move.
You wouldn't?
No, I would. Like, not LA itself, but I'd move to California. I think California is
yeah, I know, but that's I mean, that's just
LA.
Yeah, when I keep thinking about LA, I just can't get myself like fully psyched up. But if I think about it as California, then I'm suddenly just hyped up about it.
Well, I like to say, right, okay. And they're very good.
days of sunshine. Yeah. I would love it. Can I just say that? I think that will be such hard work, but it just will be worth it. I would, you know, that will be my bread and butter. Yeah, that would be. I would go for that.
Get one right in the middle. Go in the middle. Yeah, that's great.
And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I could do. They offered me 71 grand, and I don't think that's enough. Yeah, in LA, yeah, they can know where it is. Yeah. On and on and on about that. 3 figures. Huh?
How much is rent?
I just don't think they would pay me 100 grand. Yeah, but that's why I was hoping to get a car allowance.
The last Premier he's done, he spent like 10 off.
Yeah. Well, would you lease it or would you?
Lease it.
Yeah.
Come back for like 5 hours.
Right.
Leasing here, like a basic car,
Right.
So you can have it to do that. I don't even know what they were doing. Something better, man.
It's fine. It's quite expensive as well.
It's quite expensive. You probably buy it behind there.
Huh?
Well, you probably buy a cheap car for like, I don't know, $5 to $10,000.
Really? Really?
What do you think? Then what's that? Like, you might break down. Well. Leasing a car straight away. It might be looking near to come down and see that.
Right, okay.
That's how you do it. That's higher. Renting the car.
Okay. Yeah, I was looking at your stuff. Yeah, I was looking at like, you know, I'm not going to have a fucking room. I just like, you know, not house. I'm just fucking having it. I'm at the age of 34. I'm not having a fucking flat. Yeah, I mean, I would, yeah, exactly. I'm not going to go from my, you know, 2-bedroom mortgage to a fucking, you know, like having flatmate.
It's like companies should be on the website.
Well, it's the company I'm already working for, so, you know, it's an internal, you know, posting. Yeah, but the thing is, the news perspective, it's from our perspective. There's, you know, World Cup, and then there's Olympics in 2028. There's, you know, a lot of cool stuff for like the next 3 years. You know what I mean? And the elections.
Always. You're never going to be fit.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to sort of like. So basically, they had 2 people there, and from what I understand, they had a bit of a round over time payments, and they were left. So, and I think, yeah, it's not.
Where about? Behind there. There is a step there, somewhere here.
A white to save money. They're just going to have one person to do cheaper job. Hence, that's cheaper for that region. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Right? So if they're getting rid of 2 people, then they must have a bit more money for one person. I mean, huh? Well, I mean, from what I understand, from what I've looked at it, is that if I was to get like 71 grand, I would be getting something about like 50 something that, you know, that just as like a net income. So yeah, around like 5,000-ish, like, you know, 4,500 basically a month. Well, I don't know how it is there, but yeah, I don't like here we don't expense food. Huh?
It's expensive in America. Yeah. I live in America, so it's like often like buying an apartment. Yeah. Is there one like
Yeah. I know it's expensive. You know, when we moved there for our road trip, you know, like a year and a half ago, we spent
Then you're well with Joe, I guess.
yeah, but that's not. Yeah, but that's the problem. That's what I was just thinking. That, you know, like, what happens if I want to come back? Like, you know, after if I come back, then or I would need to wait for someone, you know, leaving here and take advantage of that.
People have done it. Make sure you get help.
Yeah, I know about that. Yeah, it's mad.
Even if you've got like decent insurance, you pay something.
Yeah, you apparently still pay. You know, some of it from your pocket, even though insurance pays for it.
Say you got to go
yeah, it's insane, isn't it? Well,
the job you're doing is not that safe.
Yeah, exactly. What I was going to say is, what are the in terms of like, do you have a premier? Are they okay?
No, they're very nice. They're very nice.
Are they like packed?
No, they're mixed bag. New York's a bit more like argy-bargy. LA is very like organised, like stuff like this would have, I don't know, in LA, and they have like everyone's names and fucking.
Oh, really? Okay. No, that's alright.
But then people end up fighting together anyway, because they're doing a shot in an airport on a short.
Alright.
Everyone's like a 20 like.
Okay, that's interesting.
It's terrible, it's good.
Alright, okay.
Everything's like, because it's like second row or something, they're up high and it's really high and awful. People are nice. Especially British, I was always like, oh, that's really
yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I would, you know, like, I would be doing fucking Oscars, Emmys, Grammys, and all that shit. Like, you know, that you would never fucking think about it here.
It's still like, so if you go to like those big events in America, that's like, they're quite fun. It's not that awesome. Here when it's big, when it's like one big chunk.
Everyone's yelling.
No, people don't yell at that.
Well, that's like me then, because I'm never up on my mount.
No, but it's odd. The odd person's like the same. You see a lot of Americans out here, they go, whoa, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not that stressful. Is that what you say?
Well,
is that what you get now?
It doesn't feel as stressful as what we should sometimes.
Right.
There's that whole like get there and hoping you get good spot, hard break, all the ones I do. I don't know, since I feel the time for the last year or so, I don't know if that's it, or so I'm there with everyone is like simply like knocking off the gate and then it opens all the run. There's no order to it.
Yeah. Oh, in France, okay.
I was just testing me out in France. I go to France, I'm like, for fuck's sake. And I'm like, the English guy, got in French.
What are you going to say?
I've never done it.
Well, my plans organised. I'm talking about like,
Where was the mill ends job?
That's your right, please. Your right.
You're right here, please. Here, please.
That's nice. You're right.
Okay, but I mean, what will be the minimum you would accept? Well, I'm fairly certain you didn't pay me £100. Okay.
I just think your expenses are high. I think stay away. I think your monthly budget. Just getting a quick shot. I think we'll let her go for a car and then never like £2 for a place. Well, later, I mean.
Yeah, no, I just want to get a quick shot of the setting.
$5,000, pay food.
Yeah.
You've got.
What's the time? Okay.
I was central Monday. Anything like the studio in LA.
Yeah. The stuff that I looked at, yeah, it's just, you know, some. I mean, like, if you look at like Santa Monica or whatever, obviously it's expensive. But if you go like, but if you go like Studio City or somewhere, like, you know, it's like off the North Hollywood, then you know, then it's
back
like
down.
It's fairly close to drive to like Premier, and it's like
Oh, it's flat tonight.
flats on like just over 2,000. Does that make sense? I mean, if you don't want to go somewhere nice, it's easily.
Everyone next to me is nice. Like people are like getting rates.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe I can just go, like, you know, like on the borderline of LA, you know, like Phuket, you know what I mean, like, work a bit more every day. They're paid for mileage anyway, so, I don't know, maybe I can get a bit more bang for the buck. I mean, is there much like breaking news in that you need to be essential for that? It's usually around
entertainment, wildfires, and
sport.
Oh no, that's Kate. Who was supposed to do the influencer board tonight? Wasn't there an influencer board on tonight on the assignment? Yeah, there was. It was. We moved our #1 videographer from inside, Ming, to outside. Back marker. Mark's just come back from a long break. To be rusty. Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh, where's your protege?
What do you mean? He's the protege.
Where's his protege?
He hasn't been born
Where's
yet.
your Padawan learner? Goffy.
Sure, yeah. Oh, Goffy, yeah. Where's Goffy?
Oh, him?
Yeah, where's
your Padawan learner, isn't he?
He's not here tonight. You're right, he's not here tonight. The
You're
#1
ready-
videographer.
Because Ming said you're ready to take the Jedi, to become a Jedi.
And your left, please.
And to your right, please.
Right here, to your right.
Right, to your right, please. Right to your right, you know about it.
Here, please.
To your right, please.
Over here.
And to your right again, please. Thank you.
It's not raining. Yet.
And to your left, please. And a couple more. And to the back, please. Right ahead here. Thank you.
And to your right, please.
We get some royalties, you know, like at the end of the year, when, you know, we have contracts with raising commissions. There's your statement. It's not a huge amount. You know, the last The back car and rent. You'll be over like 2,000. Well, yeah, exactly. It's also so far away. Yeah.
Look at your left, please.
Down the middle, please. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
To your right, please. And to your left again, please.
Yeah. No, you're right, actually, yeah. I could do all sorts of, like, if I'm the, if I'm the, the chief of that region, I could do shitloads of features and stuff, like in California, that sort of like states nearby, like,
look at your left, right, down the middle, please.
You're right, yeah. It's fucking mad, isn't it? It's the back one. I drove at the one. I drove back at 8 hours. It's a straight road. Yeah. It's a long one, yeah. Yeah. We did it like when we were doing our road trip. We did take a break somewhere. Where was it? Monterey overnight. That was very nice.
Look at your left, please.
Moira Bay, that was very nice.
Straight ahead.
That's where I took the in Monterey. Very nice. I just need better money. I just want to do it.
I've got family.
Huh?
I've got family in California. Yeah, well, mostly. Mostly between LA and
okay.
Different regions.
These cousins.
They're like my mum's side.
Right. Nice. I have.
They love it. They always come to the weekend. They also hang in the fire.
Yeah. I have my aunts and my cousin lives in they live in New Jersey. Yeah. So I go to New York. I mean, you can't. I mean, when you go to New York, it's just like like if you stay for a little bit of time, it's okay. But like if they're in New Jersey, it's still like an hour and a half. It's not like very ideal to stay there. Like you go for like a couple of days. Right. It's about half. Right. Yeah. Things will go on. Yeah.
Look to your right, please.
Yeah, like we went to New York with my missus, like, it was my third time or whatever, but we went together like about 3 years ago, and honestly, like, it was only like 3-4 days.
Go ahead again, Bob.
Charlie, what's your right, please? Charlie, to your right. Charlie, to your right.
Not a minute.
Just shout at them.
Yeah.
See where it's from.
And now to your right, please. And to your right, please.
Hey guys, right up top, please.
I guess he's turning up for the evening. I guess he's going to do another series of Black Mirror then, I guess. He's still turning up to Netflix.
I've never watched it. Is it?
You never watched it?
No. I watched the pig episode and it put me off.
Oh, it's the best episode.
Oh, right.
It's not the best episode, but it is mental, the first episode. My parents said the same thing. I said, watch Black Mirror. I said, but the first episode's mad. After that, it kind of calms down a little bit.
Okay, yeah. Oh, here it comes again.
There's so many of them.
The rain.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do. I was going to put it in.
When we went to New York for like 4 days, I just like we came back feeling so exhausted. But when we came back from California, we genuinely were like, you walking the fuck. I wish we had
C'est quoi ton ISO?
Yeah.
They always get 29. Cyclones? Yeah, when I road race, yeah. I love it. I always ride on my birthday. New York is getting worse. Terrible.
Say again, mate?
I've been in New York. Mostly.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, it's just not nice. Parts of it's just nice, but, you know, even walking on the streets, just feels like we want to nutter off and nutter, you know, like...
Yeah, it's mad. It's just weird. It's really sad. Like, in terms of, like, everything that's
yeah.
And there's lots of money. Well, I went to New Orleans. I just said that as well. And there, California had one. New Orleans. Street.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like that was fucking mad. Full of
You alright, Ryan? Drop off
full of homeless people.
Oh, thank you. There we go. Now someone has watched it.
Man, look to your right, please. Look up here.
And to your right,
To your right, please.
To your right,
To your right, please.
To your right, to your right, to your right. Hey, go with the gimbal! There it goes! Oh, hello, now it's annoying you, is it?
Okay, just look up here, right in the middle.
Nice stop here. There we go, thank you very much.
Now look up here, please, as well.
Straight ahead, please. And straight on, please, thank you very much. Hold it there. Thank you. Welcome to our world. What do you mean? I'm not there. You bloody gimbal people. Gimbal guy, what's going on?
Gimbal guy, move.
Oh, stand right in front of the clock. Where's the... No, you're right, come on, get your shot. And to your right, please, to your right. And to the centre at the back, please. And back to your right, please. Flicker there. Yeah, I see that. And right down the middle. Not too bad, fair playback. And to the back, please. And to your right once more. And this way, please. Thank you. The ethics
FX6 colours, and I can't get them to match with the A7. The A7's nice and
Are you shooting Cinetone or
you got the
S-Log?
S-Log, sorry. But still, it's like, I changed the tint, and it...
It's really hard. I remember I shot Cinetone on A7S, 2 A7S at the shot, and then the main camera on FX6.
Yeah.
And I got them look the same in the end, but it took a lot of grade. A lot of grade.
Okay, let's see right, please.
No, I don't recognise it, unless it's new.
Oh, it does actually, doesn't it?
Okay, guys, you're right.
Thank you.
We're doing on time. That's it.
That's your right.
Go to Gimbal! Gimbal!
Guys,
Cameraman,
move,
stand there.
Cameraman, please. Straight ahead, please, sir. And to your left, please. Just straight ahead, please.
Look in the middle to your right, please. Look up. And to the
Il est là-bas, la couleur elle est nickel, mais là au milieu, c'est la lumière.
And to your right, please. Your right. To your right, please. And to the back, please. And back to your right, straight ahead. And back to your right, please. Just have a very and down the middle, please, the middle. And the right, let's move.
Oh, this has got to be one of the most uncomfortable positions, so that's myself here.
The last day of LFF, I decided to like crouch down on my knees. I did it for like over an hour, and it was agonising.
Right. You didn't realise to stand up?
Last year, after Preston Woods, we found my card. Good job. We found my card, but that morning I woke up in the middle of the night and the pain in my Achilles was insane because I was on a slight awkward stance the whole time, so I just stretched it out too much. And no, it's okay in the end after after 24 hours, but it was very painful. I thought I fucked my leg up. I was about to go on holiday as well, so I was like, shit.
It's not very loud.
Is that right, Vlad? We're just standing back saying was everyone too far in?
Half six, yeah, it's bang on, isn't it? Bang on the forecast.
And I'm not saying
We'll stop again briefly, and then kick off.
You know, if you didn't do videography, you'd have a great job as a weather reporter.
West Country weather reporter. What?
You'll be the one who they send out.
Red Sky at night, Shivers to light.
You're just in the absolute middle of a hoolie doing a piece of the camera. No, that's all right, you know. Atmosphere. That's what people want to see.
Now, let's have a look. What we're getting now.
I'm glad I've come dressed as a sponge.
Well, no, I think it's going to stop actually. Take it back. It's going to make some funny Instagram stories as well. I'll wait till it gets really wet.
Yeah, until I literally look like a wet dog. Yeah. Oh.
Lesson learned.
Is it though? No, I'll do it again. I know I will. I won't though. So I've definitely learned this lesson for years.
My wife told me to learn today, so I was like, good job.
I need to get a wife. That's where I've gone wrong.
I would have checked anyways, but it was such a nice day. Oh, such a nice day. It was going to rain tonight. I said, what time? She went, 5 o'clock. I said,
Brilliant.
and tomorrow, absolutely hammering down all day.
Oh yeah, but I'm not looking forward to that.
What do you do tomorrow? Nothing.
Just gonna stay in and watch Stranger Things. And I'm catching up or rewatching.
Well, my house is in a big state right now.
Yeah, you're still renovating, aren't you? Yeah. Where are you up to?
Well, not far. I mean, this is like the house last night. I got home from Wales last night. So that's like, they're doing a whole new floor.
You're going to have shelves in that alcove?
Yeah, so there's on here, it's going to be box seating with all like Eric Geeks. And then sofa goes here. It's going to be like fancy panelling on the stairs. Really pretty. The secret doors where I hide all my camera. And then there'll be shelves here. And there'll just be like a kind of lime wash here. And lime wash here. And then this kind of flooring is going to go. See there.
Wow.
This flooring here goes right downstairs.
That's nice. It's hardwood or like
hardwood. Like even like they're like you can do it. Like I said, hardwood is obviously more expensive to make too. But he was like, if I get hardwood, it's costing me £4,000 to level off the floor because it's got like slight heats in it. So laminate like gives it a little bit of gives. But I still have to pay an extra £8 for my kitchen. Is really uneven. So they need to like put on Saturday they're putting down self-leveling. Stuff like fines, like level stuff off. Go pour on and kind of find some level. And then the lane the rest of it on Sunday. Finish decorating on Tuesday. And then the carpenter comes in next week to do stair stuff. And then I've took the cost down, I'm doing some more woodwork stuff as well there.
the directors on it. The brothers.
So they are directors.
Okay, guys, to your right, please. To your right. Guys, to your right, please.
Okay, gents, just dead ahead, please. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. And again.
And guys, if you to your right.
God, talented chaps, those two.
Your left, please. Your left. To your right, please. To your right. To your right, please.
Keep saying.
bit just on top. Right here, please.
Okay, to your right, please. Your right.
Okay, right up top, please. And to your right again, please. Thank you very much. That's lovely. Thank you.
Just the middle here, please. Thank you. Just here in the middle, please. Thank you.
And ladies, to your right here, please.
And to your right, please.
And to the back, please. And to your right. Right, we're getting a big shadow of the umbrella.
And to your right, please. And to your right, please.
Catch it right on the side, please. Thank you very much.
One more minute, please. Thank you.
Can you have a smile, please? Thank you.
People ask me to smile, I don't want to. Karen. I can only end it with one hand, I'll hold it around with the other.
Stick it in. Well, it's up to you. Do what you need to do, Ryan, but... Right down the middle, please, Cat. And catch your right, please. And catch just at the back, please. And catch your left, please. And the middle, Cat. The middle. And just your far right, please, Cat.
Fried chicken, so
Okay, to your right, please.
I had KFC yesterday, and I thought it was horrendous. I had a KFC in ages and I felt so sick.
I don't mind what you want to do.
Looking good though.
Smell is quite prominent.
Well, it's also the motto. You said in episode 2, season 2.
Oh, someone's a fan.
Yeah.
I'm trying to, I'm going to rewatch the last few episodes of the final series.
Oh yeah,
of this
so
series.
are you ready?
Yeah, so I'm like, what happened again? I forgot.
Oh, yeah, loads.
I know.
The last few episodes were like 2 hours each.
Yeah. Well, I got a 6-hour train ride on Saturday to Scotland for a job, so I've got to do it then.
An entertainment job? Or?
Yeah, back to Scotland. Yeah.
I really like Francesca. It's sorting me out with
I
this.
sent that woman out, so shall I just stand here until someone else takes
She's done well, no?
Wait till it starts hammering it down. If it stays like this, it's not as bearable.
What's that, sorry?
If it stays like this for the next hour, it's fine.
Yeah.
But if it flips to like crazy rate,
yeah,
then it's a problem. Sorry.
Yeah, I know, it's just unavoidable, but like for the long term, because most of the time it's fine, I'm close.
Yeah.
Where, mate? Tonight? Remember to equip it, mate.
shots, do you, like, what sort of, do you include any transitions? Like, would you zoom in during a shot? Or
Yeah, well, slow-mo, no, not so much in slow motion, but on the real-time stuff, yeah, I'd use like transition normally, the zoom, keep it quite raw.
And what kind of stuff would you do for slow-mo then?
Slow-mo, I'm more block shooter, so I normally like look for like detail stuff, but that's still shooting 100p. I shoot 100p real-time in slow motion, so I go, that one's straight in slow motion, on more detailed camera. This one I look to shoot more vertical things, like vertical over here, and then like either here or here, headshots, and then this one here I try to get at least like 50 seconds of real time, like wide, zoom, tilt, and then follow whatever action's happening on this one, and that one I'll convert to real time onto the site, and also then take the best bits from that one in slow motion. Yeah, and I shoot wide open on both F2 and F2.
Because I'm just shooting slow-mo on this
Maybe
one,
if it's a big group shot of them, maybe I'll get an F5 or something just to get like a group shot.
Yeah, just want to, get better. Because I'm like shooting slow-mo, but I'm like, I don't know what I want the shot to look like in it. It's the first time I've done this.
It's almost weird, sometimes you treat more like stills, especially with Getty, it's like full length, half length, like it's more about like showing like especially girls. Boys don't care about the whole thing.
Okay.
You know?
That's good.
Maybe I will a little bit for like framing this. But so when is the new series out?
27th of this month, so 2 weeks. I'm very excited.
And you're going to binge it. Is it going to come out in sections?
Volume 1, Volume 2, and then the 2 finale episodes come out New Year's Eve. But like Volume 2 comes out I think Christmas Day.
Oh really?
Insane.
Well, people like to sit around Boxing Day or Christmas Day to watch it.
Yeah, maybe they've released it Christmas Day so that it's available everywhere Boxing Day.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not going to binge. Wow, I don't know if I'm going to binge it. Maybe I will actually. I don't want to get anything spoiled. And I have a quiet December coming up.
I'm very busy. I got this back to Scotland, come back, and got GQ, and then something else on Wednesday. And I'm off Thursday, Friday, and I fly to Doha for this kind of winter war event we're having house crew for. And then I shoot out on Sunday, then fly back Monday. I'm off for like 5 days. Then we got Fashion Awards, and then I fly to Saudi Arabia for 2 weeks for Red Sea Film Festival.
Yeah, I've heard about this.
Yeah, and then in-house crew for that.
That's a new one, hey?
And then about this, and then shoot that for 2 weeks. Well, I think so.
Why is it called the Red Sea Film Festival? It's not in Egypt.
Red Sea goes
next to it.
Yeah,
Right.
because you've got the way it's on Riyadh, which is next to the Red Sea. Not Riyadh. No, it's the other one. Which I've been to. I forgot the name of it. So, oh my God, blank.
I don't know.
It's by the sea. So yeah, it's there for. I went to Saudi briefly this year just for like a page on. I was at the F1, so I was there for like 4 days, but I just this year was on the track for 4 days and I came back. And then
Get you around.
Yeah, I do around. Yeah, we do 3 months or more a year traveling. You do 2 weeks easily. I do. Near it was a month in Paris, like Fashion Week, and then you have 2 weeks in Cannes, 2 weeks in Venice, so 2 weeks in Lucy. And I normally do like at least I've done 2 weeks in America this year, and then 11 days in at Singapore, and then I did 4 days in McDonald's events, and then you've got whatever go in and out of there, so you know you've done at least 3 months.
Oh yeah.
To your right, please. And to your right, please. And look up to your right, please. And look to your right, please. And to your right, please, please.
And Linda, what's ahead?
Linda, look up to the top, please.
Reno here is the middle. So fucking rude. I just can't get used to it.
Linda, to your right, please. To your right. And then back to your right, please. Linda, back to your right. Back to your right, please. To the back row, please. Just once more to the right.
We have someone else on the red carpet. You ready for this? It's Priya Ferguson!
Love this lens. Nice.
Yeah, it's really nice. The focus bit, like, odd.
The water goes in your battery.
Nah, it'll be right.
That battery's pretty good.
The rubber around the I think. Yeah.
Chuck it in the pond and see what happens to it.
I did. I dropped one in New Zealand and it didn't come back to life.
No. I fucked my microwave today because my like I got a conservatory and all my shit's in my conservatory at the moment, but covered in plastic. And so I didn't take plastic off. I couldn't open the microwave. The microwave was 8 minutes, which froze in the freezer, and the microwave was
no way
because it didn't have any ventilation. As I left, I tried it again and it worked.
Is that a cost?
And look to your right, please.
And Phil, right back in. And
Right,
to
please,
your right,
look up.
please. Thank you very much. Once again, please. Wonderful. Thank you very much, sir. Dead ahead.
Gimbal, mate. Gimbal.
Please.
And again.
Gimbal. Gimbal guy. Come on, mate. You're standing right there doing nothing.
And look up to the top.
Please give it up for Caleb McLaughlin! He's on the continent right now!
Come on, guys.
You right there? How are your knees?
Yeah.
Tell you, you're still young. My knees are gone. But
Oh, it hurts.
And to your left again,
Hurts.
please.
I'm not willingly impersonating Gollum right now, but it's a force of circumstance.
But yeah, it's pretty mad. I come back in mid-December, then I'll probably be off until probably a couple of jobs, and then off until January at some point. So yeah.
Only 98.
But then do it all again.
Wow.
I don't know what's happening this year yet. I need to start communicating what's going on.
Zero. Whatever
Well, as in,
happens.
like what jobs,
Only water.
stuff like that. You know, figure out what travel there is and for that. So yeah.
Very cool. The glitz and the glamour. International.
Then there's always well, media this year. Normally there's always like a world tour, but like this year they've been a bit lacking. So we went to Brazil. Random.
Haven't played.
No. I don't know if people find the time to do so.
School out now,
I don't think openly is terrible. I go again. Sometimes I really hate using it, and then get the image and like, oh, it's so good. It does look better than the alphas. It is better than the alphas. Well, standard profile is shit, but S-Log is great.
Yeah, but you can see here how, number 4100, but how orange. I know that, hang on, let me change it. But yeah, it's so much more orange compared to reality.
The middle plate.
And I've played around with the tint as much as I can.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to do some close
Well, it's easier on the alphas to set in your white balance because I've got to put a lot more magenta into it. If I can do it on there, like, it's easier visually on the alphas to go in and change white balance.
I have to start with that. Get him up, Ellen.
We're not moving around.
Through the middle plate.
Do an adjustment layer and change the reds on that. But it looks,
it's good camera, but like,
through the centre plate.
Dated. That's been around a long time.
Nice, Burger King.
There's no Sony aren't going, hey, here's another amazing camera. The FX2 camera, like a step sideways.
Yeah, that's the best way of putting it.
I think step backwards almost. Because like, but they're just trying to force people to say, oh, you can't have 4K slow mo. There's no way they can't put 4K slow mo in that camera.
In a camera with fans.
Yeah, they could definitely do that in millimeters, but they're doing it because they don't want to like the people buy that and then not buy other products. But then other companies coming out now, Nikon,
ZR,
and then Canon doing really good stuff as well. So also people might switch. What's funny is that I've got friends who've got Canon switching to Sony because most people who shoot video shoot with Sony. Most people do.
He hasn't done the big board.
But if we do something new in the next 12 months, people will start shifting. It's hard to shift, but then the ZR apparently is really compatible with any lens. It basically comes on, you basically change the mount, and they set the centre back a bit, so that basically you can have, you basically set up so that it can be seamless. No, you take off the mount and you can put the mount on. They made it that way so people can use, because they know that they can't correct the video well unless they let that happen. So you can basically take the mount off, put on a third-party email.
Right.
For some reason today, this camera is saying that this lens is a third-party lens.
So what's
saying when I'm shooting, every now and again it flashes up saying this is not supported.
Oh, it's because once upon a time Warner got in the watches or something.
Yeah.
Usually.
Yeah.
Usually what that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I've had that in the past with mental.
So I need to, but it's only happening today.
Hot shoes, so fragile.
Maybe I just take it off. It's annoying me, you know. Taking it off. Is that?
Okay, dead ahead, please. Thank you so much.
And in the middle.
Makeup.
Okay, just look straight ahead, please.
Straight
right, please.
Okay, right up to your left. Sadiq, right up to your left.
To your right, to your right.
Straight ahead, please. Thank you very much, sir.
And look at the top, please. Straight up, look up, look up.
And
look at the top, please.
Straight ahead. Down the middle, please, middle. Miss, this one here, please. Right here.
To your right, please.
Right here, please.
Okay, guys, to your right, please.
Right. Hey guys, right up top. Anti right, please. Thank you very much.
It's alright when I... Yeah. Better for my legs.
Thank you, sir. Dead ahead, please. Thank you.
And look to your right, please. Look up.
Thank you. It's one. Record.
Jamie, to your right.
Hello again, everyone. Jamie, to your right, please.
And Jamie, to your right, please.
Jamie, to the top, please.
And Jamie, to your right, please. And Jamie, to your right,
Jamie, to your right. To your right, Jamie.
Jamie, to your right, please.
Just to the centre, thank you. Just to the centre. up top.
Guys, look to your right.
Great, come on, Tigger. Thank you for appeasing us. We love you. Thank you so much. You made a memory. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Straight ahead, please.
Thank you, guys.
That's perfect. Thank you very much, Jamie. There we go, sir. Okay. There we go.
Jamie, look up in the middle, please.
Turn ahead, Jamie. Turn ahead, Jamie. And to the right, please.
Jamie, look up in the middle.
Thank you, guys.
Trying to dodge. I'm in awesome place.
Coming to your left. And then coming to your far right, please. Far right. And to your right, please. And back to your far right, one for one. And to the back row, please. Once more to your right. Straight ahead, please. Straight ahead.
Okay, look to your right, please.
Right. Right, please. And to your right, please. Straight ahead.
Okay, look to your right, please. Your right.
And to your left, please. And to your right again, please. Big smile, please. Straight ahead. One more look here, please. This way. And to your right again, please. Your right, please. Your right. Leicester Square, please give it up for Amy Gallaher, please. She's on the ball,
And look at the top, please.
London, Leicester Square is Priya Vargasova.
And to your right, please. Your right. And the middle, please. Down the middle. And to the back row, please. And to your right again, please. And to your left again, please. And once more to your right.
Huh? Yeah, well that's not right.
It's rain now.
I've been, I'm just about to show you this. I've been following this account for like years. It's my fault for coming out with Spanish.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, what's that fucking big music festival they have, like Coachella or something?
Coachella? What about it?
Just talking about LA. Have you ever gone to it, been to it?
Not yet. I'm sure I will if I play my cards right and
Become rich and a wank. What, become rich wanker? Coachella.
Well, that's the goal, yeah.
Can't afford, no one can afford Coachella. mad. Not even. I think how much tickets cost. You have to get there. Then you've got the how you're going to stay, where you're going to sleep, how you're going to sleep in. What are you going to
schmooze and meet a local?
Sure. Good luck. You could tend to be a rich white British guy who. No, I'll post a picture of you online and tag you. Well, there's a first river thing. Right there, Mark? Yeah, good. Sure? Yeah.
Very nice.
Right up top, please. Straight ahead, please. Straight ahead, please. Straight ahead in the middle. Straight ahead, please. Right in the middle.
Definitely need the space for Miley Brown and Ginger Girl.
What's that?
Miley Brown. And then there's another one, the ginger one.
Sadie.
Yeah.
Million Sadie.
Yeah, that's one I did. And I want you to tell off the guy with the umbrella to fuck up as well.
And Finn Wolfhard. Who? We need Finn Wolfhard. He plays Luke. Yeah, no, bloody Mike.
He become a singer now.
No, that's Steve Harrington. That's Joe Keery. Finn Wolfhard plays Mike, 11 Millie Bobby Brown's partner in this. Since season one.
He had the hair like this when he was a kid.
Yeah, and
he grew up to be very ugly.
And Will Byers.
Yeah.
So there's still 14.
Check online for the New York premiere. All you see is the girl.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't had any ages either, but occasionally.
Unless they dress particularly like different.
Honestly, yeah. I quite like Spice Girls or something. If I'm going to go for some crap food, I'll go Spice Girls. Yeah, it is. Yeah, usually, you know, like when we get like for tubers, it's usually like 25 quid. So it probably must be like 30.
What do you reckon they're doing there? What do you reckon they're doing there? They watch 1 or 2 or 3 episodes? For an hour each,
Yeah, I reckon it's the first 2. I would wager the first 2.
Yeah. Still probably good 2 hours. Might have a break in the middle.
Well, they're all over an hour each episode. Yeah, I think they're 75 minutes a piece, or an hour and a half a piece.
That's a fortune to make.
I'm just glad that they decided to end it before they run it into the ground. You know, like.
Well, it should have ended years ago because of COVID and other stuff, and the writers strike, all that stuff. They're all kind of delayed by probably 4 or 5
And now they're all middle-aged.
Yeah.
The guy from Netflix is also wearing a fleece. He has also got an umbrella, so he's maybe a step above me in terms of it's starting to get really heavy, like squelchy.
This is not like...
You need to reproof that jacket. Got money in there?
I won this actually. I was in Wales at the beach, a seaside town, seaside, and it was raining when I went to the arcade, and I won a roulette machine in the arcade and won 20 odd quid.
That's quite good.
In like the first 5 minutes.
I like that, yeah, nice one.
And I was like, let's check it out. I mean, I had no idea what I was doing. I read whatever these ones. I was like, oh, I won. Okay. And that one, oh, I won. It's like one of those electronic machines. I was like, okay, now I'm just going to take the money out. They blatantly hook you in and one win, and then. Yeah, so, yeah.
Yeah, you're all right. Look after yourself.
Oh, this is actually better than last. Quite a lot. Quite wet.
We're going to focus on the pen one now. Oh, she's here.
Sadie's here? Okay. You should get that picture of me at the end, Mark. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely soaked.
Okay. Good, ahead, please. Thank you very much. And again.
Ow, 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 ow. That's not the ginger one. That's not Sadie. That's the little sister of yeah. She's in the show, but she's Jesus, man.
All the way around to your right. Your right, please.
Come with me to the where I'm absolutely soaked because I didn't bring a raincoat and I've got a bag over my camera.
You're right here, please. You're right, please. You're right. Back in the middle.
Right to your right again, please.
You're right here, please. Front row. And to your right.
Right to your right again.
Okay, just look in the middle, please. Look up. And look up in the middle.
Okay, dead ahead, please.
And look up in the middle.
And again.
I made myself laugh.
You know, from in the shadow, I really thought it was Sadiq.
It's Keith Lemon!
Oh no, how many pictures I took of him? He's in him from here.
Yeah, he loves film.
Yeah, I can see it. Oh, that's crazy.
Sorry, I'm going to move the camera a bit, Mark.
That's right. And to your left. Down the middle, please. The middle, please. And to your right, please. Your right. Your right.
Okay, guys, look to your right, please. To your right.
Brilliant, thank you guys.
Oh, Jesus, man.
And guys, to the back, please.
Please give it up for Rowley.
I'm not even looking at it. I know you have. No.
No, they don't. It's really by now. Yeah.
Like everything that you buy now, it's designed to last 5 years plus. Just get another whether it's
That's the main
Oh, Joe Carey. There he is.
Okay. It's obviously very sunny at the moment, so I really understand that problem. Enjoy the sun, though. That's your right!
You're right. Stand dry over there.
I'll look up to the top.
Over here, thank you, straight ahead.
Thank you. Nice little clip of him.
Wait, like look
Okay,
at
stand dry over there.
Nope.
Yeah, that was good actually, I'll take that.
And to your right, please, your right. And look into your right, please. And Joe, to your left, please. And one more to your right. And eyes to the back, please. And to your right, please.
Jonathan Byers.
Charlie, to your right, please. To your right, please.
Charlie, to your right, to your right.
Please. Charlie, to the right, please. Charlie, right up top, please. Your right, please. Charlie, right. Charlie, up top. Charlie, to your right. Straight ahead. Charlie. Charlie, to your right, please. To your right, please.
Charlie, to your right,
Right.
It's the one, the
Okay, guys, to your right, please.
Right to your right, please. Charlie, right up top, to your right, please.
Charlie, would you stop there, please?
Okay.
Charlie, look over,
Thank you,
go.
Charlie. Dead ahead, please, son. Thank you very much. Charlie, here, please. To your right. To your right.
Charlie, look up, please, look up.
And, sir, dead ahead, please. Thank you.
Charlie, straight ahead.
Wow,
Sadiq.
Straight ahead. Sadie, right here, please.
Straight ahead. Sadie, look up in the middle, please.
And dead ahead again, please.
Straight ahead, please. Straight ahead. Thank you.
Oh, man. Okay, thank you.
Looking like Brendan Stark. Guys, ready?
Okay, Brendan, look to your right.
Perfect right here, please. Your right, please.
Right, please.
Brendan, to your right, to your right, please.
Right, please.
Okay, sir.
To your right, please. To your right.
To your right, please. To your right, please. To your right, Okay, thank you very much, sir. Dead ahead.
Okay, look up to your right, please.
Straight ahead, please. Thank you. And can we have one round side? All right, guys. Can we have some pen? Okay, yeah. Umbrella, put around the umbrella real quick. Look it up, look it up, look it up.
To your right, please.
To your right, please.
And to your far right, please. Right, please.
here, please. Talia, to your right, please. Right up top. Talia, to your right. Talia, up top. And to your right, please, Talia. Talia, to your right. Thank you. And hold there. Talia, to the top. Talia, to your right, please. Talia, to your right. Talia, to your right, please. To your right. To your right. Okay. Thank you very much. Straight ahead, please. Straight ahead.
Okay, look at the top, please.
Up there. Straight ahead. And again, straight ahead, please. Thank you. And straight ahead, please. Straight ahead. Thank you.
Oh, it's a strap from adolescence.
Thank you very much.
Look at the top, please.
Head again, hold it there, thank you. To your left. Straight on. Security, come on.
Wow, no, they are.
Guys, to your right, please. Guys, to your right, please. Straight ahead, please. Guys, to your right, please.
And look to your right.
Hey, guys, right up to your right, please. Right up to your right, please. To your right. Straight ahead. To your right. To your right. Straight ahead. Straight ahead, please. Oh, Millie, to your right. And I straight ahead, please. To your right. To your right.
Guys, to your right, please.
Millie, to your right, please. Millie, straight ahead. Millie. Just do Millie on the road. No, we're in the middle, please. And to your right, please, Noah. To your right. To your right. To your right. To your right. Noah, straight ahead. Noah, to your right, please.
Noah,
to your right, please. Noah, to your right. Noah, straight ahead. Noah, to your right. To your right, Noah. To your right, please. Noah.
I've never seen a man who's so unconfident.
Okay, Noah, turn ahead, please, sir.
Okay, Noah, look at the top, please.
Straight ahead, Noah.
Noah, look up, please.
To your left, please, Noah. Noah, straight ahead. Noah, to the back. Noah, straight ahead. Thank you.
Leicester Square, please give it up for the ball.
to your right, please.
Millie, to your right.
Millie, to your right here, please.
Millie, look up to your right, please.
Millie, to your right, please. Millie, to your right, please. Millie, straight ahead. Millie, straight ahead to the right. Millie, we get big right. Straight ahead. Millie, to your right. Millie, to your right, please. Millie, to your right.
And Millie, just directly ahead, please.
Millie, look up to your right, please.
Millie, right up top.
Millie, straight ahead, please. Straight ahead.
Smile, Millie.
Millie, you
Smile, right up.
You smile.
Thanks, you're not.
What?
That's not the main cast.
You're so wet. I shouldn't laugh, but yeah, sorry.
Hello.
Oh yeah.
Did you film when she said you smile? Are you filming?
I think so.
At least you got to sing, don't you? Remote.
Maybe. Oh, yeah.
Who's the motor shot? Yours? Yeah. You get anything?
I got your head.
Yeah.
This of your head, I got it, yeah?
Perfect.
I don't know, I'll have to look at home.
Feel the shoulder. That's kind of.
It's not too bad. It's bad. Do you feel wet underneath it?
Just.
Are you wet? Yeah, not too bad, you know.
Good.
It's a lot of rain.
That water resistant sponge. I want a picture in front of that in my wetness.
On the website.
I'm going to put it on Instagram. Next time, look at the weapon report.
That's fair. That's fair. You know what?
Yeah.
You do live in a country which is notoriously bad for this kind of stuff.
What's that?
You do live in the UK where 1 minute it could be snow and next minute it could be sunny, next minute it could pour down rain.
I guess in London it just doesn't rain that much, like compared to other parts of the country. So I maybe get a little.
Is it? I'm not sure. Yeah. You're right. It shouldn't do in theory. It should be a bit more sunny than the rest of the country in theory. Most rain comes from the west.
I'll be done.
We done?
That's everyone, yeah, so...
Wow.
Nice.
If you're not doing special access. I'm sorry.
One more time, please give it up for Charlie!
You know? All that. No, I wasn't. No, that's correct.
Really?
Oh, God, that's so bad.
You're wearing North Face as well?
Yeah. Check out how wet this room is.
Don't forget to take your kit out when you get home.
Right, that'll do. Pretty fun.
Huh?
No, nothing. I'm just talking out loud. They are free. Yeah. Oh. Oh, sugar. I know.
Don't forget.
Tell me about it. Nice to talk to you, mate.
And, good luck with American thing.
I don't know who they are.
Picture of you.